Good morning, everyone. I would like to call the regular meeting of the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees at 9:31 a.m. You may join today's meeting in person at a limited capacity via Zoom webinar or watch the live stream from the College of the Desert YouTube channel. These links are accessible by visiting the College of the Desert homepage. Before we call roll, we would like to inform the public that in addition to having the regular meeting of the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees today, we will also be holding a joint meeting with the Redistricting Citizens Advisory Committee to hold a public hearing regarding the redistricting maps presented during the December 17, 2021 meeting. This will take place during agenda item 5.01. Dr. Garcia, please proceed with the roll call.
Good morning. Student Trustee Olson.
Present.
Trustee Wilson.
Here.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Present.
Trustee Yant.
Here.
Trustee Stefan.
Present.
Trustee Perez.
Here. Moving on to item 1.03, Trustee Gonzalez, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. Item 2.01, pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2B2, the board may take action on items of business not appearing on the posted agenda upon a determination by a 2/3 vote of the board, or if less than 2/3 of the members are present, a unanimous vote of those present. That there is a need to take immediate action and that the need for action came to the attention of the local agency subsequent to the agenda being posted as specified. Without objection, I would like to request a correction to item 5.01 to strike oversight and to strike item 16.01 from the title of the committee. It should read Citizens Oversight. I'm sorry. Without objection, I would like to request a correction to item 5.01 to strike oversight from the title of the committee. It should read Citizens Advisory Committee, and as well strike item 16.01. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the agenda for January 21, 2021?
Could you repeat that second one, please?
Yes, I apologize, Trustee Stefan, I got a little mixed up.
Yeah.
Without objection, I would like to, and I'll just repeat it. Without objection, I would like to request a correction to item 5.01 to strike oversight from the title of the committee. It should read Citizens Advisory Committee, not Citizens Oversight Advisory Committee. And I would also like to strike item 16.01. Are there any other additions, corrections, or deletions to the agenda for January 21st, 2021? Seeing none, the agenda stands approved as corrected. Moving on to item number 3.01, approval of the regular meeting minutes. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the regular meeting minutes of December 17, 2021? If there are no corrections to the minutes, they stand as approved as presented and corrected. 3.02, approval of the special meeting minutes. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the special meeting minutes of January 7, 2022?
Mr. Chair, I don't think we vote on them right, but I wasn't present, so I would abstain on.
Right. If there are no corrections to the minutes, they stand as approved as presented and corrected. Moving on to item 5.01, public comments. In accordance with Senate Bill 361 and guidance for the California Department of Public Health on gatherings, remote public participation is allowed and will be accepted in person, by email to otp@collegeofthedesert.edu during the meeting and read into the record during public comment, or by using the raise your hand function by joining the Zoom link. There is a time limit of 3 minutes per person. All comments must be submitted or brought forward prior to the end of the public comments section. Armando, is there any comments?
Yes, we have a written comment submitted, and someone in the audience would like to speak as well. I will read the written comment first. This comment is from Mary Lou Marujo and reads as follows. It's been yet another month of failed leadership at College of the Desert. After weeks of claiming a feasibility study for the Palm Springs campus didn't exist, when pressed by the media, Dr. Garcia miraculously found the study. It was hidden in full view of the public on the college website the entire time. When she acknowledged that she'd lied about the existence of the study, she blamed her staff for not telling her about it. What a pathetic example of leadership to model to your students. Even if it was her staff's fault, Dr. Garcia should know that a real leader would take responsibility. The buck stops with her, after all, or at least it should. Blaming her staff made her look petty and small. At the special board meeting earlier this month, the new board chair, the immediate past board chair, and the president tried to sneak items unrelated to the purpose of the special meeting onto the agenda with only 24 hours public notice. Thanks to community members and trustees Yant and Stefan for calling shenanigans on this pathetic attempt to deceive the public. Of course, the only reason the January 7th agenda was revised was because Trustee Gonzalez wasn't present. Had she been, the three trustees, Perez, Wilson, and Gonzalez, would have rammed those items through. Community outrage be damned. I'd also like to remind Dr. Garcia and the board chair that simply saying they're being transparent doesn't mean they're actually being transparent. Their actions over the past 6 months have been anything but transparent, no matter how often they've claimed otherwise. Actions speak louder than words. I find it interesting how often the president and the board chair preface their comments with phrases like frankly and to be honest. Since they don't always use these phrases, should we expect that they are speaking truthfully only when they say them? I also find it interesting that my public comment at the December board meeting is not recorded in the minutes. I submitted it via email to the president's office prior to the meeting. It was read into the public record during the meeting. However, my public comment was not posted on the board agenda, although another written public comment was. And the minutes of last month's meeting are incorrect as they do not indicate a written public comment was received from me. Nor do the minutes of the December board meeting and the January special board meeting reflect phoned-in public comments from community members. The minutes of these two meetings should be corrected, or perhaps the board only wants positive public comments to be recorded properly. Is criticism to be silenced in this new era? Last summer, trustees Wilson, Perez, and Gonzalez stated that one of the attributes Dr. Garcia brought to this college was the fact that she had prior experience as a superintendent president. Chaotic leadership by crisis she's implemented at COD the same way she ran Imperial Valley College. Did the three trustees even look into her leadership style at IVC? If they did, how can they truthfully say that they chose the right person for the job?
Thank you, Armando, and thank you, Mary Lou. Next public comment?
Thank you. There are two more who wish to speak publicly. The first is James Williamson.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you. Oh, good morning. Thank you for the time this morning. I'm a past board member and past president of the Palm Springs Unified School District, but I'm here this morning speaking on as a private citizen. I want to speak to the resolution that you have about affirming your commitment to building the campuses that were to be funded by the bond measures and that were promised in all the literature. While I appreciate the intent of the resolution this morning, it really lacks any specificity to make it binding upon you. I would urge you that when the motion is presented, that you make the following amendments, that you add the following things. Firstly, that you include in the resolution that staff be instructed as a first priority for the entire organization to complete the planning, the construction, staffing, and opening of the Palm Springs, Cathedral City, and Indio planned campuses. Secondly, that you add that staff will bring to the next board meeting a detailed schedule of the steps to complete the construction with a firm date when the campuses will be open and in operation. That you also add that no bond funds will be dispersed for any other purpose and that all bond fund distribution must be approved in advance by this board. Fourthly, that the existing independent construction management firm will appoint full-time project manager for each of the campuses who will report progress on weekly calls to this board. Fifthly, a complete forensic accounting will be delivered to the board within 30 days with respect to all bond funds expended so far. And lastly, and importantly, that a temporary campus using portable classrooms will be opened in September in Palm Springs so that the students in this side of the valley can start working towards their Associate of Arts degrees in hospitality. I thank you for your time, and I hope you take this under consideration.
Thank you, James.
The next speaker is Aftab Dada, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that.
No, you pronounced it correctly, and good morning, everyone, including the trustees. My name is Aftab Dada, and I am the owner as well as managing the Hilton Palm Springs for a little over 3 decades in the city of Palm Springs. I'm also the chairman of the PS Resorts, a local organization built of hotels for the tourism industry and promoting the tourism industry in Palm Springs. Build the promised Palm Springs Hospitality School now. I urge College of the Desert to fulfill the promises made to Coachella Valley voters and students to build the Palm Springs COD campus, including the promised hospitality school program. The tourism industry is the leading driver of the local economy in the Coachella Valley. A study conducted by the Visit Greater Palm Springs a few years ago, this is a $8 billion+ industry in the Coachella Valley. To support that industry and keep it thriving, we need to be able to hire, train, and qualified management personnel. These are very well career positions, but our industry currently is finding it increasingly difficult to find during these difficult times. That is why the COD hospitality program promised for the Palm Springs campus is so important. It is important for the #1 industry in the valley. It is important for our local economy. It is important for Coachella Valley students seeking for better careers and a better way of life for their families. As promised, build the Palm Springs campus and the hospitality school program now. And just to add to it, the Hilton in Palm Springs alone has been paying on an annual basis in excess of $12,000 in taxes towards this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dada. Is there any more public comment?
Yes, there are 2 more. Our next speaker is Ginny Fote.
Thank you for taking my call. I read the agenda and was actually appalled at the resolution because I didn't see what the reason was to reaffirm everything that has already been promised. I've spent 14 years as an elected council member, and this resolution, you know, I'm used to reading resolutions, but this says nothing to me. Nothing in this resolution makes a commitment to do anything for the campuses that were promised. It's truly what I would refer to as a resolution as the true definition of a smoke and mirrors resolution. Nothing makes a commitment. Nothing talks about the $65 million that's already been spent on the Palm Springs campus with no results, and nor any timelines. There's no timeline, there's no plan, there's no project director. There's not one piece of data in this resolution that we as citizens can hold the Board of Trustees to their promises. And so we just go back to the more broken promises that are going to be made. And the thought of hiring a PR firm, and which takes away the money from student, why would you hire a PR firm? You know, you don't need a PR firm when you're doing the right thing. You hire a PR firm when there's a really serious problem with what you're doing. I'm asking you to take a look at this resolution, to take it off your current agenda, and to add the things. I agree with Mr. Williamson about what he was taught, what he asked you to add. The community is asking for accountability. We're not asking for empty resolutions. We're asking for action. We're asking for dates. We're asking what we can tell the students of our cities that are spending an hour and a half to 2 hours to drive to get a 2-year degree, which is now taking them 4 years. There's just so many things that you're not addressing. So to have this very smoke and mirrors resolution on your agenda doesn't help. There's not transparency. You can swear to transparency, but you have to practice transparency. So I'm asking you to either take that off the agenda and rework it and put in some specifics that the community can rely on, that the community can look to, so we can say, okay, we will have a campus, there'll be starting information. We understand what $65 million has been spent on. None of those things are presented. So just stating that you're going to have transparency is not giving you transparency. So please take that off the agenda, rework it, add the things that need to be added for specificity, and then that will make it a lot better for us as citizens to understand exactly what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Foe. Is there any more public comment?
Yes, there are two more, and next is Bruce Hoban, and I hope I'm pronouncing your last name correctly.
Yes, you are. Thank you very much. Good morning, Board of Trustees and President Garcia. 2 months ago, I asked about decisions that have been made that were not public on Cathedral City. I haven't seen anything. I'm coming to the determination that the board's use of the word transparency is the most misused word right now in this body. What does it mean? You know, we ask for back information. We ask how for decisions are made. We don't get anything. Instead, what we get today is a resolution reaffirming a commitment. Well, I'm really sorry, but when you ran for office, you were already committed to the bonds. You already made that commitment. I don't know why we're spending time on this, writing a resolution and instead taking actions. And we should not be discussing the word transparency anymore. We should be talking about actions. These actions will be done on this date. We will have this information to you. We will provide information that apparently was not made available to the public about Cathedral City. That's all I'm asking is please, follow what a lot of other city councils do a tremendously good job at. And I'm not seeing it here. And I'm very disappointed and upset, and thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Marndo, is there any more public comment?
Yes, our last public comment is from Andrew Jared.
Good morning, board. I'd like to note that the minutes 3.02, as one speaker or commenter previously commented, do not accurately reflect the speakers who spoke at that meeting. And I believe that other commenter was commenting as well on the December 17th meeting. I request that you reopen those items and correct those errors. Additionally, on item 20.06, the closed session discussion regarding the properties, the long list of properties by APN number only. The agenda does not appear to cite the Brown Act Code section in which you are going into closed session on, and does not reflect what is being discussed there. And that should be corrected as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. I think we're in the process of correcting those. Those are clerical errors on our end. But thank you for bringing that to our attention. Armand, do we have any more public comment?
Yes, there is one more public comment from Giselle Wu.
Go ahead, Giselle.
Good morning, everyone. I'm a little late, but I do have some things to say. I am a Cathedral City resident, and I just, on behalf of like the community, it's hard to understand where and how you guys decide on things. Like, for example, I'm late to this meeting because the link wasn't working. You know what I mean? Like there, and I was able to catch the last bit of transparency and stuff like that. We need more outreach to the communities. Okay, the Cathedral City, the automated program that was going to be built there, and then now it's not. And then the Palm Springs campus. It's been 8 years since that has been promised. And now, $65 million spent and for it to just be paused. And, it's like, I want to echo everyone, transparency and we need to be included. So I forward you guys make more outreach to the west side of the valley, Desert Hot Springs, Cathedral City, Rancho Mirage, Palm Springs. We all are in need of something from College of the Desert. Not saying that they're not doing a lot, because oh my gosh, it's one of the best community colleges that I've known. So just a little more for us would be really appreciated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Giselle. Armando, do we have any more public comment?
There are no more public comments at this time.
Do we have I think we have one in-person public comment. Am I? No?
No, Mr. Mendoza will be presenting for a later item.
Okay, I see you. Okay, well, thank you everyone for participating. We're moving on to the public hearing on the redistricting public hearing on the Citizens Advisory Committee joint meeting. At this time, I would like to call to order the Redistricting Citizens Advisory Committee joint meeting with the Desert Community College Board of Trustees at 9:53 a.m. This joint meeting is subject to Brown Act regulations and requires a quorum of redistricting Citizens Advisory Committee members. I will not conduct a roll call of those members. Agustin Arriola?
He stepped out right now to the restroom. But
Okay.
he's here.
Joe Mota?
Present.
Kay Hazen?
Present.
Mike Gialdini? Mike, you there? Okay. Rafael Reyes?
Present.
Thank you and welcome. At this time, I would like to invite Jim Priest of Best and Krieger to provide a background of the redistricting process and summarize the maps presented during December's joint meeting. Welcome back, Jim, and please proceed. Do we have Jim here?
Yes, good morning. Can you see and hear me okay?
Yeah.
Great, wonderful. Good morning, members of the board, members of the advisory committee, honorable staff, and members of the public. It's a pleasure to be with you here today. Jim Priest, Best and Krieger, serving as special legal counsel and consultant advising you on the redistricting process. Before we begin, let me just give a quick overview of where we're at. Every 10 years, agencies that elect their board members by district or by area have to look at their census data, and we just got the data in 2020, and look at their current electoral division or electoral area boundaries and determine whether those boundaries need to be adjusted. We looked at your current electoral area boundaries, and we looked at it against the 2020 census data. And the conclusion was that your current areas are not population balanced under the law, meaning that there's too many people in District 2 effectively, and then District 3 and 4 have too few people. So because of that, that's created a deviation beyond what federal law permits. So we have to adjust those area boundaries to make the populations more equal in number amongst those areas. Specifically, I would mention that Area 2 is over by about 6,000 people or so, over equal population by about 6,000. Area 3 and 4 are under. Area 3 is under by about 3,800. Area 4 is under. I'm sorry, the other way around. Area 3 is under by about 3,400. Area 4 is under by about 3,800. So in a nutshell, there are too many people in Area 2 and too few people in Area 4 and 3. And so as a result, we have started putting together draft maps for the college district's consideration. We are working with the same two maps that we had talked about at previous meetings with the advisory committee and the board. To our knowledge, no members of the, I'm sorry, yes?
Your screen on.
I'm sorry? Okay, I'll continue. So we have the same two draft maps that are under consideration right now. Those have been reviewed by the advisory committee and by the board at a joint workshop last month. We have not received any additional comments from the public or any draft maps from the public. And so far, we've gotten a few comments from the board and we have, or from the committee, and we have attempted to work that into these maps. So with that, let's take a quick look at the two map options that are in front of the board right now. Dr. Enders, if you don't mind, would you be able to pull up the Google map of our 2-3 map, our option 1 map? Is that possible?
You're all set, Jim. The IT will be controlling it for you.
Excellent. Okay, this is that's our 2-3 map. Yes. Okay. At this point, if you could just turn off the map option A right now and just leave it on. Yeah, and put on existing districts right now. Okay. And if you could please zoom in where districts 2, 3, and 4 touch, kind of over there by Palm Springs Cathedral City. Yeah, if you could zoom that area in a little bit more and then pull it down just slightly. The other way, I'm sorry, pull it up, I guess. Okay. Now, let's zoom back out. Now let's put on option A, map option A. And you can see that there's only one area that is changed in map option A, and that's the area that you see in kind of the sky blue there that goes north of I-10. That represents about 4,000 people that under this map option would move from area 2 to area 3. And what that effectively does is that reduces the excess population in area 2, gets that down from 6,000 over to about 2,000 over. So that deviation is much smaller. It doesn't touch area 4 at all, and area 4 is still under population, but because area 2 is not so high over population, it narrows that gap into legal compliance. The way legally that these deviations work is you look at your highest overage, which in this case is area 2, and you look at your lowest underage, which is area 4. Now, we don't touch the lowest underage in area 4, but we reduce that overage in 2, we close that gap and make it legally compliant. The merits of this plan is that it's simple. It's just moving one group from area 2 to area 3. We're not touching areas 1, 4, or 5 at all in this. and it achieves population balance. It's not as balanced as option B that we'll see in a minute, but it is simpler. It also has the merits of not affecting it, any redistricting affects who a person might be voting for in an upcoming election. But the merits of this plan is it doesn't affect when anybody's electing. Area 2 and Area 3 elect in the same election cycle. So moving people from Area 2 to Area 3 is not going to throw off their election timing, if they'd be electing at an earlier election or a later election than usual. 2 and 3 elect at the same time. So it would just be who they elect that would be different as opposed to who and when. So this is the simpler change, makes less movement around the map. It's really just that one area above I-10 that changes, and moving about 4,000 people to drop that excess population in Area 2. And that's really about it on that one. Ultimately, that gets you down to about a 6.5% deviation, which again, that's under 10%. So that is a legally compliant map. So that's option A. Let's take option A off right now. Okay. And now let's take a look at option B. If you could zoom out, because a little bit more is going on with option B. First of all, as you can see, if you look at the area north of I-10, north of Cathedral City and Palm Springs there, can you zoom that in, the green area a little bit there? Wonderful. You can see that area north of the 10 freeway is a bit bigger than in option A. And that's because this option is not moving 4,000 people. This option is moving about 7,000 people from Area 2 to Area 3. Now, what that's going to do to Area 2 is get that just slightly under population, but just slightly under. So Area 2 is going to be much closer to equality population number-wise with this version. You can see there's a, now here's the trick with this one and what makes it a bit more complicated. By moving so many people from 2 to 3, and this happens in districting, it can have a bit of a cascade effect. What you do by moving 7,000 people from 2 to 3 just by itself is you end up overpopulating Area 3. So now to even out Area 3, we need to move population out of there into another area. And if you'll move the map down a little bit and zoom in on that little sky blue area right where Cathedral City is. Yes, that's it. Yes, that little sky blue area is another move that this map makes. What it does is it takes that newly moved population from 2 to 3 and then reduces it by moving people out of 3 into Area 4. This sky blue area extends out the city limits of Cathedral City and ends up moving about 3,500 people out from 3 into Area 4. Now, what that does to Area 3 is, remember, Area 3 was under by about 3,400 people. You move 7,000 people from 2 into 3. Now it's over, like 3,600. And now you're moving about 3,500 people out of 3 into 4. So the net effect on Area 3 is, you're over by a couple hundred people. It's a very small margin. So 2 and 3 under this end up getting leveled population-wise a lot more effectively. In this model, Area 2 ends up under by a few hundred people. Area 3 ends up over by a few hundred people. So you've really evened out both of those areas by going with this model. Now, there are 2 other changes in this map that I want to show you. The first one is if you take that sky blue area just north of I-10 at Cathedral City there and zoom in on that. Yes, just that little area. Now, that's something that the demographer did, moving some people from Area 2 to Area 4. that was just to conform better to the census boundaries there. That doesn't move a lot of people. That only moves like 8 or 10 people. So there's not a lot of people in that strip, but what it does do is it just kind of evens out the boundary and keeps it more consistent with the local, jurisdictional limits there. The one other change this map makes, and I'd ask you to scroll back out again, go down, you can see it looks like a little kind of Tetris piece on the left side of area 4, just southwest of Palm Desert. So if you scroll in and then go to the left more, to the left, see that little piece that kind of looks like a sideways T a little bit. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Thank you. That area would move about 150 people from area 4 to area 3. So that would shift a few people the other way. The demographer did this just to sort of even out the census lines. You can see it kind of had this weird jog into the Palm Desert Rancho Mirage area. And this kind of evens it back out. So if you'd scroll back out really quick, let me give a summary again, because there's really 4 changes this map makes. Again, the merits of option A is it makes 1 change, and that's it. This one makes 4 changes. The first, again, is if you look at that green area north at 10, that's the big change. That shifts about 7,000 people out of 2 into 3. Then we have that area by Cathedral City that moves people, about 3,500 people, from 3 to 4. You have that little Tetris piece just south of that moves a few hundred people from 4 to 3. And then you've got that little stretch right north of the 10, that little sky blue area that moves about 8 or 10 people. It's not a very large population. Now, again, there's a lot more moving parts on this map as opposed to option A. And the other thing is we do have some people shifting between areas that elect at different times. So it's not going to affect who some people elect, but it will also affect when some people elect. Now, again, the people moving from 2 to 3 in that large green area, that's not going to affect them because 2 and 3 elect at the same time. Those 8 or 10 people moving from area 2 to 4 would end up electing earlier than usual. Area 4 just elected in 2020. Area 4 is not back up again until 2024. I'm sorry, the other way around. Sorry, other way around. 2 was just elected. 2 will not be up until 2024. 4 is up in 2022. So those 8 or 10 people are actually going to end up electing 2 years earlier than they normally would have. So again, it changes when they elect, but I think there's a legitimate case to be made that it doesn't create that much harm because they'll actually be electing earlier than they normally would if they stayed in area 2. The people moving from area 3 to area 4, that area by Cathedral City there, same thing. That's about 3,500 people. That's a lot of people moving. But again, moving from 3 to 4, they'll elect earlier. 3 doesn't elect again until 2024. 4 will elect in 2022. So those people in Cathedral City that are being moved would elect earlier. So it's the same issue again. They elect a different time, but is there harm done because they'll be electing early? The one group that gets, I would say, more affected than anybody else is that little Tetris piece down there southwest of Palm Desert, that 150 or so people. Can you zoom back in on that really quick? There we go. Just that little Tetris piece. That's the one group that would be moving from 4 to 3. So what would happen there is they would actually be electing later. They would normally be electing for their area seat this year in area 4. By moving them to 3, they would be electing in 2024. So that's going to push them out. That will actually delay their election for 2 years. So they're the ones that are more negatively impacted than the other populations that are moving in this map. If the board has concerns about that one specific Tetris piece, that one specific move there, I could inquire with the demographer and see whether that could be left as is, and that population stays in area 4. It's only 150 people or so, so I don't see moving those people or not moving those people as throwing the population balance numbers off all that way, one way or the other. So, I think that is a potential option to deal with that specific group of people, electing at a later time. And with that, members of the board, members of the committee, I'm ready to answer any questions you may have. Hopefully what I told you made sense. Sometimes going through these maps can get a little complicated here, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have, and thank you.
Thank you, Jim. And actually, I'm gonna ask that we pause here for just a quick second. We received another public comment as we were closing our public comment, so I'm gonna ask the board if there's any objection to letting that person speak right now. Hearing and seeing none, Armando, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Perez. Kathy, you should be receiving a note right now. You may have to click accept on. There we go.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Kathy Wormack, and I'm a resident of Palm Springs and a voter. I've served on boards and commissions for a long time, specifically 6 years as a commissioner on Santa Monica's Planning Commission, and 9 years now, or 10, I think 9 years in Palm Springs, including several years as the chair. Complex meeting agendas require days, hours, and sometimes days for commissioners to review before meetings. They can be voluminous. When I saw your special meeting 2 weeks ago, I was embarrassed. It was actually stated during the meeting that some of the trustees had no advance notice of the documents to review. On today's agenda, instead of openly discussing how to communicate in advance with the trustees and the public, you are discussing and voting on affirming resolutions. Really, it is your job when you ran and you were elected to do this right. I urge you to do it right in the future. Give the public and your trustees time to review the materials so that you can get useful public comment and informed comments from your trustees and informed decisions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kathy, and thank you for your service. Moving back, thank you, Jim. I appreciate your patience and appreciate all of our Citizens Advisory Committee's patience. We will now conduct a public hearing to allow the community to comment on the redistricting maps. For the public hearing, each speaker is allowed a maximum of 3 minutes. 15 minutes shall be the maximum time allotment for the public speakers on any one subject, regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the discretion of a majority of the board, these time limits may be extended. Would speakers or attendees who wish to address the item please come forward, comment now in the chat field, or select the raise your hand button to speak. Are there any additional speakers who wish to address the board on this matter?
Chair Perez, there are none at this time, but we will give just a quick minute if that is
Sure,
okay with
yeah.
you.
Mr. President, if I may, could I just make one last comment before we entertain public comment?
Oh, of course, Jim, go ahead.
Thank you, thank you. I just wanted to summarize. I realized I hadn't finished off on option B. Option B, again, has more things moving, more moving parts, more changes. But at the end of the day, the total deviation from equality among all the areas ends up much lower. You're less than like 1% off for every single trustee area. So it's a more thorough rebalancing option by the time you're done with it. But again, there's more moving parts. So option A, simpler, not as much rebalancing. Option B, more rebalancing, but a bit more complex. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Armando, if you don't mind just reopening that, the time limit for the public comment, please.
Chair Perez, we do have one member of the public who would like to address this item.
Okay, sounds good. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Hello?
Go ahead, Giselle.
Hello? So I'm sorry if I'm just not experienced, but what kind of questions is the public going to ask about what the gentleman just spoke about?
So, Giselle, usually the process is we're not allowed to usually answer any questions or anything of the sort. It's usually just you're able to give your opinion on the presentations and how it is that this may affect you, or what it is that you think about how the lines are divided. That's essentially what this is going on right now.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand so you guys can see as someone in the public, like this is kind of hard to participate if you don't know what you're doing or don't, it, I just wish there was a little more, uh not training, but just kind of laying it out to where we can understand what's happening. But I understand that this isn't like a conversation. It's more of making a public comment. So I will retrieve. But just so you all know, this is hard for the public to understand sometimes. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, we have a website and we have a link on the district's website that has information about redistricting. It has links to mapping tools and things that will help the public understand better what we are proposing here. And the mapping tool even lets you go in and propose your own map that you may want to see considered by the board. So I would suggest that members of the public take a look at that link on the website and see what they can learn and suggest through that. Today, what we're basically doing is we are asking the public's input on, do you like these boundaries? Do you not like these boundaries? Do you think there could be better boundaries? Do you think that some of these boundaries may cut through neighborhoods that the community understands are typically, together, what we call communities of interest in the law? If the public believes that, hey, some of these lines don't make sense because it cuts through, the Central Hills neighborhood, or it cuts through, the downtown district, or some area like that, please let us know, and we can look at seeing whether there's some adjustments can be made there. But again, this is our best effort based on the information we have currently to keep the lines logical while having to move the required number of people between trustee areas in order to achieve population balance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jim. Is our public speaker still on?
No, but I
No.
can promote them back if you'd
Okay,
like.
I just wanted to, we didn't get her name for the record, and I just wanted to make sure that was there, but I think she mentioned her name was Giselle Wu earlier. If we can just put that on the record and on the minutes. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay, having conducted the public hearing, is there any objection to referring the redistricting maps back to the Redistricting Citizens Oversight Committee for further deliberation? Seeing none, I would now like to invite the chair of the Redistricting Citizens Advisory Committee, Joe Mota, to share any comments.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Pettis, for the invitation. I just want to kind of echo what Jim said. We do have meetings. For example, our next meeting will be January 28th. And I totally understand we, the committee, have been in meetings. Jim's been breaking it down for us to understand it so that we could go through the process, and totally understand when the public has seen this presentation, they're kind of lost. But yeah, we do have a meeting coming up January 28th. You go on to the COD website, there's a button that says redistricting process. Hit on it, has a lot of the information on there, and we'll have what time we'll next meet of our next meeting. And so yeah, do visit the website, go on there and get information, and come to the January 28th meeting. That'll be the next meeting where we'll get more feedback. We'll go through the process as a committee, talking about what option would be best so that we can present it over to the Board of Trustees and administration so that we can move forward and get to that as we're getting closer to the date where we have to finalize all this process. But yes, I invite the public to come in on January 28th and be part of the meeting and go through it, ask questions. And it's a more different meeting than this, where we can, we have staff from COD, from the college, we have Jim and everything, just kind of breaking everything down. And also too, we have questions. Some of the board asked to get some other things elaborated so we can understand the process and provide the best options for the board to vote on. So we invite the public to come out January 28th, go on to the College of the Desert website, look on the right-hand side of the page, it says redistricting process, there's a button, click it, and all that information is there. It takes you to our website with all the information, maps, and everything they need so that they can be prepared, so they can, when it comes to, ask any questions they need. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you to everyone on the committee for all your hard work. I will now adjourn the joint meeting at 10:23. We will now continue with the regular meeting of our Desert Community College District Board of Trustees, and we're moving on to reports. We'll start off with associate students of College of the Desert, ASCOD. We have Amaris Guzman, ASCOD president. Are you there?
She's being moved to panelist right now, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Hi, yes, I am here.
Hi, Happy New Year. Go ahead.
Happy New Year. Okay. Good morning, Chair, Trustees, Dr. Garcia, Executive Cabinet, and guests. My name is Amaris Guzman, and I am the ASCOD president. ASCOD has not been too busy since the last board update. With the winter session being in session, we have not met since the end of the fall semester. On January 24th, however, we plan to have a meeting that will serve as a planning session for the upcoming spring semester. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. I look forward to seeing what the future holds. As we continue to work on behalf of the
I think we may have lost her here for just a second.
Give her just a second, see if she hops back on.
Hi, did I unmute?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do I start over?
If you'd like to, it's fine. Yeah.
Okay, I could start over. So, good morning, Chair, Trustees, Dr. Garcia, Executive Cabinet, and guests. My name is Amaris Guzman, and I am the ASCOD President. ASCOD has not been too busy since the last board meeting. With the winter session being in session, we have not yet met since the end of the fall semester. On January 24th, however, we plan to have a meeting that will serve as a planning session for the upcoming spring semester. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. I look forward to seeing what the future holds as we continue to work on behalf of the students and community. I hope you all had a great holiday. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me through email. And it's pascod@collegeofthedesert.edu. Thank you.
Thank you, Amaris. And now we have the Auxiliary College of the Desert Foundation. A written report was provided by Catherine Abbott, Executive Director of the College of the Desert Foundation. Armando, and forgive me, I'm forgetting the process here. Do we usually read these out loud or?
No, these are submitted into the minutes and on the agenda.
Okay, sounds good. Moving on to, okay, we had a written report provided to us by CSEA. Jim Lilly, CSEA representative. That'll be put into the minutes. Moving on to College of the Desert Adjunct Association, CODA. We have Michael Gladich. Are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Superintendent President Garcia, members of the board and college community. In less than a week, COD will kick off the spring semester with 3 days of flex professional development activities, and CODA continues a long history of collaborating with the administration and the academic senate to present sessions at Flex. We want to thank, in particular, President Garcia for making time to meet with part-time faculty and staff, and Donna Green and Cheryl Morris for their hard work in scheduling Adjunct Flex Day. Foremost on everyone's mind today, in addition to the other things that were mentioned earlier, is the latest wave of COVID sweeping the nation and our local communities and affecting many faculty, staff, and students. We urge the administration to update the reporting of COD cases on the COVID dashboard, which appears to be woefully out of sync with reality. If the pandemic has taught us anything, it's the need for sensible planning informed by the latest data. This is particularly true in course scheduling. Our deans have the flexibility to respond to student needs by modifying course times, modalities, locations, and class sizes before and even during registration. But the deans cannot do their job without accurate, ongoing data collection. The student survey last year was a great start, but we need much more now. CODA suggests a regular, ongoing sampling of student needs, not just through email, but an expanded outreach through social media, voice calls, and text messaging. The more data we have about how students want to learn, and the more timely that data is, the better we can match students' needs and hopefully increase our enrollment. Finally,
CODA joins CSEA and CODFA in calling for a return to due process. When the college accuses a staff or faculty member of misbehavior, the collective bargaining agreements specify a process designed to ensure fairness. We expect the college to observe both the letter and the spirit of our collective bargaining agreements and not rush to judgment before all the facts are known. If we fail to do this, the accused employee is in effect being punished without due process. As we start the new semester, CODA members look forward to moving beyond pandemic fatigue, embracing with enthusiasm our mission as educators, and creating communities of diversity and acceptance. We remember that there can be no diversity without equity, and that no equity is possible without parity. And one more thing, CODA wishes to congratulate Dr. Sarah Butler on her selection to become Interim Vice President of Instruction. Dr. Butler's background includes teaching as an adjunct. And serving as dean, she has demonstrated tireless commitment and compassionate leadership. We all remember her in the early months of the pandemic, standing curbside, personally handing out loaner laptops to students who needed them. CODA strongly supports President Garcia's wise choice of Dr. Butler. And that concludes Dr. Levitt's report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Michael. Moving on to the College of the Desert Faculty Association, CODFA. We have Jorge Perez, CODFA Vice President here. Welcome.
All right, can you hear me? Yeah. So good morning, trustees and College of the Desert community. First, CODFA would like to welcome the new VP of Human Resources, Diana Galindo, and the new Interim VP of Instruction, Dr. Sarah Butler. We look forward to a positive working relationship with them moving forward. Spring semester is right around the corner, and our members are both excited to get back to work, both in person and remotely, but also concerned about COVID-related issues and low enrollments. This upcoming semester, CODFA will go into contract negotiations with the district. We will be consulting with our members, and we'll be bringing our sanction article to the February Board of Trustees meeting. As already mentioned, CODFA has two major concerns going into the spring semester. The first is the safety of our members and others who are returning to an in-person teaching environment. The new COVID variant has proven to be extremely contagious, and positivity rates in the Riverside County are at a level that were at the beginning of the pandemic. In addition, this new variant appears to be infecting people who are vaccinated and boosted. Although the vaccination does protect against serious illness, it does not protect from the potential long-term impact of getting the disease, what the media has named the long haulers. Since there is no social distancing in the in-person classes, we urge the district to put in place a widespread and accessible testing program at sites throughout the district. Testing and quarantine is the best way to control the spread of this disease. Our second concern is the overall drop in enrollments. A quick search of WebAdvisor shows some very obvious enrollment trends. First, students seem to be overwhelmingly prefer online learning. Online classes have filled, while most in-person classes are struggling to fill. Second, enrollment numbers have declined overall, and there are multiple reasons for this, most of which are outside of our control. Given this new reality, we need to start thinking differently about our approach to enrollment. For example, we need to work on streamlining the application process and support our counseling faculty. We need to ensure that our front-end colleagues in financial aid and admissions and records have the resources that they need to effectively and efficiently move students through the initial application process. We all have a stake in this, and I know that our members, with their years of expertise, will be more than happy to assist in any way they can. Let's work together as a college community to address these problems and come up with creative and effective solutions. Lastly, I would like to bring up the unfortunate and sad news that yesterday we lost one of our teaching faculty and union member, Professor Marisa Bolaños. She was 36 years old. She was a great colleague, a vibrant, humble, and kind-hearted human being. With her passing, the CUD community as a whole has lost a part of its light. But among the darkness, we have gained a memory of Marisa that will endure with us for the rest of our time. This memory will make us stronger and better teachers, better colleagues, and better human beings, just like she was. Please keep her family in your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge. We have no report from the Academics Senate for the month of January 2022. We're moving on to the governing board now. Student Trustee Olson.
Good morning, Chair, Trustees, Dr. Garcia, Executive Cabinet, and members of the public. I hope you all had a relaxing and safe winter break. I'm excited for the upcoming start of the spring semester. It's been a slow month, so I don't have anything else to report on, and that is all I have to share for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Olson. Trustee Wilson.
Yes, good morning. I'm the trustee representative for the foundation. So they had their foundation executive committee meeting earlier this month, so I attended that. It was a hybrid meeting, so I have to say it was great to see folks up front and personal and listen to the latest information that's happening. Catherine Abbott, the executive director of the foundation, is doing an incredible job continuing to lead and to navigate through this pandemic. One of the, Liz Chambers, who has served the foundation for many years in terms of fundraising and finding its donors, is retiring. So she certainly will be missed, and we thank her for her hard work and her dedication to College of the Desert and to the foundation. I've also attended a couple of the street fairs, and it is so great to see the street fair open again on our property and see happy vendors and happy public and having this event back again at the college. So right now, that concludes my report, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Wilson. Trustee Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us this morning. My thoughts, heart, and prayers are with the family of our faculty member. I have to say that, as you all know, I wasn't present for the retreat as my uncle passed away. We've had four deaths in our family in a 12-month span, and I think I have spent more time this month and last month attending wakes and funerals than I ever have in my life. And just want to remind everyone and tell everyone to please be as safe as you can out there. Let's follow the guidelines as much as we can, or whatever it is that you believe. You have every right to do so. But I just urge everyone to take care, and I just want to commend the college and the employees for the work that they have done in providing vaccine clinics and providing testing, because I know that's a huge endeavor. But other than that, I hope everyone had an opportunity to rest over the holiday break. Little did we know we were going to need it, right? As it's been a very interesting, beginning of 2022. I just continue to look forward, to working with everyone, and I know I heard some comments today about, you know, why don't we disclose what we speak of in closed session? I can tell you, just speaking for myself, you don't know how much I wish we could, but that would get me in a lot of trouble legally. So, you know, just know that I agree that word transparency gets thrown around a lot. What does it really mean? I don't know. I think it's something different to everyone. But I can assure you, in being that I am privileged to a lot of the information, that there is a lot, and it's a lot to consider. And I continue to know in my heart that we are doing the right things. And I know that people want. I don't know if they want the truth or they just want their truth, right? I'm not exactly sure. But I'm committed to continuing to make the best decisions as I was elected to do so. And I will continue to move forward alongside Dr. Garcia as our president and our board members. I just want to remind everyone again, please be safe. We have a lot of work to do, so we need to be healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. Trustee Yant.
Thank you. We have a long agenda today, so I intend to be brief. Just two items. First, I really want to say how pleased I was to see the California for All College Corps includes College of the Desert. This is just such a wonderful program that gives the opportunity for students to receive stipends and to work on a volunteer basis in the community. And I understand we're working with Food Bank. So this is a really good program, and I encourage everyone to be fully up to speed and support that program. Secondly, EdSource published an interesting story this week about UC Riverside. And it had to make me laugh a little bit because it's a story about how UC Riverside is converting many of its classes so that students can attend in person or virtually at the same time. And I had to laugh because, it's not a new thing. We've been doing this for many years. But UC Riverside has expanded that so that it is really working well today. Students that need to attend in person can, and at the same time, same class, students that attend virtually can attend. So it sort of maximizes the benefits for all students. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Yant. Trustee Stefan.
Thank you, Chair Perez. First off, I'd like to start off by congratulating Dr. Pamela Stegman. She teaches business, entrepreneurship, and marketing programs at College of the Desert, and she's been selected as an inaugural winner of the Bellwether College her dissertation, Characteristics of Collective Community College Economics Development Organization Partnerships, a multiple case study, was selected from 30 finalists nationwide. So I'd like to congratulate her. That's quite an honor and quite an accomplishment. Also, as many of you know, I'm not present at the meeting today, and I wasn't present at the last one. I'm doing it Zoom because I've been under the weather off and on this last month. And but I've been keeping up with reading the governor's budget. The initial proposal is out, and I've been reading up on that to know how we could get involved more and how we can lobby our local politicians to make sure that we get our fair share for community colleges. Also, I attended a Zoom meeting for the Education and Communications Committee of the National ACCT organization. This is for trustees, and we are working very diligently on getting ready for the legislative summit in this next month in Washington, D.C., but also getting ready and pumped up for the March, which is Community College Awareness Month. And I'm hoping that our college will take a greater part in that this year. I'm also getting ready to attend the Triple CT training in Sacramento next week, the end of next week. Hope my health will be 100% by then. And then I'm debating on whether to do Zoom or live attendance at the ACCT in DC next month. So there's a lot going on. And I just wanted to inform the public that we are involved at other levels as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Stefan. I'll be brief as well because we do have a long agenda. Just wanted to echo Trustee Yan's sentiments about the California Core Program. Equally as excited for that opportunity it's going to present to our students. I'd like to welcome Dr. Galindo. We're very, very happy to have you on our team, as well as Dr. Butler. Congratulations. And lastly, I'll end on a somber note, but I do want to extend my condolences to the Bolaños family. We're sorry for your loss here at the, and very much we're hurting here at the college. That concludes it for me. We'll go on to Dr. Garcia's updates.
Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. Can we upload the presentation, please? Next slide. Once again, as mentioned by some of the trustees, we are extremely excited for being awarded the California Volunteers Program grant. We were one of 18 California community colleges to be awarded this grant, and what it will do, it will enable 50 students to participate in fellowships for the next 2 years. So a total of 100 students will participate. It is a 2-year project. Next slide. It will provide us $1.8 million to share with our partners, Fine Food Bank and One Future Coachella Valley. We are grateful for their participation. And students will be serving our community and the college, our students as well, by contributing or addressing food insecurity and contributing food to those that are experiencing food insecurity. So I want to thank every team member who contributed to this grant and our partners. Next slide. We also congratulate Dr. Pamela Stegman, since she is the inaugural Bellwether Outstanding Dissertation Award honoree, and her dissertation focused on characteristics of collaborative community college, economic development, organization partnerships, a multiple case study. Congratulations to her. We are proud. Next slide. In regards to spring enrollment, I believe there should be additional information highlighted on this slide. I'm not certain if it's not showing it appropriately, but as mentioned by our union leaders, we definitely are concerned and are evaluating our enrollment trends very closely. In comparison to spring 2021, we are seeing a decline for spring 2022 enrollment. As of January 19th, that is a 7% decline. I want to thank every employee who's contributing to trying to do what they can to enhance enrollment. And I will be contacting our union leaders to collaborate on a collective effort to try to enhance enrollment. We have 60% of our students enrolled part-time. Let's encourage them to take 1 or 2 additional classes. Let's encourage them to take advantage of the re-engagement grant, and we could do it collectively. I also, in this slide, highlighted the modality, which means the way that we are providing our courses. And I do want to share, obviously, in regards to the fill rates and the number of sections per modality. The high flex modality, even though there's less classes, which means that provides the students the opportunity to either attend the class in person or virtually, as similar to what Trustee Yan mentioned for UC Riverside, has obviously a greater interest. because it gives students the flexibility. But as you notice, we do have 507 face-to-face classes, and there is 63% fill rate in those classes. And as what we've estimated, there is a much larger presence of students who will be coming to campus than, frankly, I anticipated. So I look forward to sharing those details. There will be an update for spring 2022 enrollment, and I hope that when we bring that update, that it's much better than what I am presenting today. Next slide. This slide reflects some of the monthly activities I participated in. I want to acknowledge Isela, ESL, and faculty member who is in this picture with me. It took place at the Alumni Association Street Fair on January 1st, and I thank her and every employee who is participating every weekend by attending the Alumni Association Street Fair and participating at our table. So I acknowledge her and everyone else once again. And frankly, all our team members for doing the best that they can, continuing to work hard to serve our students. And I end by also sending my prayers to the family of our faculty member who we lost. And if granted approval by the family, would like to honor her life in the way that she should be honored. But we need to ensure that we have approval by the family before we proceed. So thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. Moving on to item number 7, public updates. At this time, I would like to invite Mary Eden, Black Student Success Center Counselor, to introduce our student reader.
Hi, good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, President Garcia, Executive Cabinet, and guests for the opportunity to be here today. It is my honor to introduce Ms. Tricia Nelson. Ms. Nelson is a student here at College of the Desert. She is currently a health science major. She's in the process of taking the prerequisites for our registered nursing program. Ms. Nelson is an active member of our Black Student Success Center. And in the spare time that she has, she loves to cook, sing, and spend time with her family.
Hello, Tricia, welcome.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Chair Perez, Dr. Garcia, and Trustee for inviting me to read today's proclamation. Whereas in 1921, Carter G. Woodson, father of Black history, established the Association for Study of Afro-American Life History in Washington, D.C., which began the practice of observing the history of Americans in the month of February. And whereas the month was selected because President George Washington and Abraham Lincoln were born in February, as well as Frederick Douglass, great abolitionist and orator. And whereas within the entire Coachella Valley, the history and culture of African American are being recounted and celebrated by all people who understand the significance of one's history and one's humanity. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Trustees and the Desert Community College District at its board meeting on January 21st, 2022, acknowledges the contributions of African American and proclaims the month of February 2022 as Black History Month. Be it further resolved, the Board of Trustees encourages observance of Black History Month throughout the entire community college district. Thank you.
Thank you, Tricia. Um, At this point, we'll move on to proclamation for Career and Technical Education Month. I would like to invite Rebecca Elmore, Project Director for Career and Technical Education, to introduce our student reader.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair Perez, Dr. Garcia, and trustees for the opportunity to be here today. The month of February has been designated as Career and Technical Education Month by the Association for Career and Technical Education. It is my honor to introduce College of the Desert student Rebecca Brown, who will be reading the proclamation to this effect. Ms. Brown resides in Indio and is majoring in architectural design. And Ms. Brown's goal is to obtain her associate's degree and transfer to either Cal Poly Pomona or San Luis Obispo. Her future career aspirations are in the field of interior architecture and design with an emphasis on environmentally friendly design. Thank you again, and I will turn it over to Ms. Rebecca Brown.
Hello, I would like to thank the board and the department chair. And thank you, Rebecca, for introducing me. And of course, thank you, President Garcia. So for the proclamation, whereas February 1st to the 28th, 2022 has been designated Career and Technical Education Month by the Association for Career and Technical Education. And whereas profound economic and technological changes in our society are rapidly reflected in the structure and nature of work, thereby placing new and additional responsibilities on our educational system. And whereas career and technical education provides Americans with a school to careers connection and is the backbone of a strong, well-educated workforce, which fosters productivity in business and industry and contributes to America's leadership in the international marketplace. And whereas career and technical education gives high school students experience in practical, meaningful applications of basic skills, such as reading, writing, and mathematics, thus improving the quality of their education, motivating potential dropouts, and giving all students leadership opportunities in their fields and in their communities. And whereas career and technical education offers individuals lifelong opportunities to learn new skills, which provide them with career choices and potential satisfaction. And whereas the ever-increasing cooperative efforts of career and technical educators, business and industry stimulate the growth and vitality of our local economy and that of the entire nation by preparing graduates for career fields forecasts to experience the largest and fastest growth in the next decade. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District, at its board meeting on January 21st, 2022, proclaims the month of February 2022 as Career and Technical Education Month. Be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees encourages observance of Career and Technical Education Month throughout the entire Desert Community College District, and urges all citizens to become familiar with the services and benefits offered by the career and technical education programs in this community, and to support and participate in these programs to enhance their individual work skills and productivity. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. So at this time, I'd like to call for a short 10-minute recess. We do have a long agenda today, so I want to give my colleagues a chance to take a break and ask the public to bear with us. We will be taking a couple breaks throughout the meeting. So we'll call for recess, and I ask for my colleagues to be back at 11:10. Thank you.
to.
I'm not a doctor. I'm just Diana Galindo.
Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2.
Over it.
Mic check, 1, 2.
Yeah.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Everyone else should be virtually.
Well, thank you, everyone. I appreciate you all bearing with us. We're calling the meeting back to order at 11:15 a.m. And we're moving on to item number 8, informational item, overview of the rules regarding use of GO bond funds. At this time, I would like to introduce David Casnacha, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced that, of Stradling, Yoka, Carlson, and Roth to provide information on this item. David, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, members of the board and President Garcia for inviting me today. I should tell you a little about who I am. I'm a municipal bond attorney and have been acting as a bond attorney in California for over 40 years, with an emphasis in my practice on community college districts and K-12 districts. I've been the bond counsel for nearly every community college district in the state at one time or another, including College of the Desert, where I was bond counsel from 2003 to 2016. I wrote your Measure B and have served as bond counsel on all of your bonds that have been sold during that period from 2004 to 2016. I also represented the district in 2013 in an IRS investigation regarding the expenditure of Measure B bond proceeds, and I think we negotiated a pretty favorable result for the district. I've had no involvement with Measure CC, and I've only just begun to read the materials relating to Measure CC in the last few days. In addition to my work with community colleges and the College of the Desert, I'm also bond counsel to Desert Sands Unified School District and have been that for 25 years and represent a number of other districts in the Coachella Valley. So what I was asked to comment on today is how you think about the rules regarding choosing to fund projects with Measure CC general obligation bond proceeds. And towards that end, I was sent a PowerPoint presentation regarding the Palm Springs development project, which appears to be a very exciting opportunity for the district to help develop the West Valley campus. That PowerPoint identified 10 different project component parts at this development, but didn't provide me with any budgets or more specific plans that would allow me to provide opinions on what portions of that development project could be funded with bonds. But it is a good context to raise the 3 questions that the district would need to ask itself that reflect the 3 areas of the law that govern the expenditure of general obligation bond proceeds. And those 3 questions are as follows. The first question relates to the California Constitution. Measure CC was approved by more than 55% of the voters of the district. That election was conducted under the auspices of Article 13A of the California Constitution. The Constitution says that the proceeds of a Prop 39 election can only be used for the construction, reconstruction, rehabilitation, or replacement of school facilities, including the furnishing and equipping of school facilities, but not for teacher salaries or other operating expenses. So the threshold question on using bond proceeds is to satisfy the constitutional law test. Is the subject property a school facility, yes or no? If the answer to the question is no, you don't go any further. You don't look at Measure CC. You don't care about what may have been said during a political campaign for the passage of a bond. So is the project a school facility? In looking at the list of 10 component parts of the Palm Springs development project, I think there are school facilities included in that list. I don't know about a hotel villas, restaurants, and private development type features such as those, but it's arguable that some portion of those projects might be school facilities. There's not a definition of what a school facility is, but if you read through Measure CC, which I think is attached to today's agenda, you'll get a feel for the type of classrooms and career center and veteran center offices that qualify as a school facility. So that's the first big question. Is a project a school facility, yes or no? If the answer is yes, then we go to the next question. And the next question involves the application of state law to the expenditure of bond proceeds. And state law is really your Measure CC. So I've read in the last couple of days Measure CC, and it was well prepared and pretty flexible in its scope of authorized projects that can be funded with Measure CC. I didn't see references to hotels, restaurants, or hotel villas included in the description of the projects. But the way a bond project list has been interpreted by the courts in the famous Foothill De Anza Community College case is that you have to determine that a proposed bond-funded project is the type of project that the voters had approved. So as you think about the development of the West Valley campus, you have to ask yourself, are the facilities designed to be on that campus the types of projects that the voters had approved in the bond project list as it appeared in the voter pamphlet for Measure CC? The test is not what was said during the campaign, what promises may have been made at the coffee shop. The test is whether or not, looking at the text of the bond project list, are the proposed expenditure of bond proceeds for the type of project that the voters had approved, yes or no? The answer is yes, then you're authorized to spend bond monies on those projects. If the answer is no, then you're not, regardless of aspirations and value to the local economy. Those projects wouldn't be authorized for bond funding. There are a lot of projects in life that are partially suitable for bond funding and partially suitable for other types of sources of revenues used to build facilities that indirectly benefit students at a community college. Calling a hotel a learning hotel doesn't make it a school facility necessarily, but it may have features that allow portions of a hotel to be funded with general obligation bonds. But that's why we need a lot more details about these specific elements of the Palm Springs development project before anyone can really determine what portions of that project can be funded with bonds. There's a way in which project type can be validated judicially. There are some community college programs where the projects that are proposed are in a gray area with respect to whether or not they fall within the respective bond project lists that have been approved by voters. And there's a judicial way in which projects can be validated. And if you have projects that are in the gray area, that's something that you could consider pursuing. The third category of laws that governs the expenditure of bond proceeds raises the third question that you need to ask yourself is the project going to be for the benefit of the local government, which is the community college district, or are the beneficiaries of the project non-governmental people? Because tax-exempt municipal bonds, tax-exempt general obligation bonds of the community college district have to have as their purpose the improvement of a public facility for the public good. The beneficiary has to be the legislative government, the community college district. So the laws that govern the issuance of tax-exempt general obligation bonds say that up to 5% of the proceeds of a bond issue can be used where the benefit is for a private person, not a governmental agency. And so if you take a facility like a restaurant where there may be a culinary program for students involved, if that restaurant is managed under a management contract by a third party, a private party who's expert in running restaurants, that management contract could create private activity in a governmental facility such that you cannot issue tax-exempt bonds for that facility. And the general rule regarding management contracts is they have to be on a fixed fee basis. You have to take the profit out of managing the hotel or the profit out of managing a restaurant. And that creates a disincentive to use tax-exempt bonds for those types of facilities because many management companies are incentivized by being able to keep profits from the efficient operation of a restaurant or hotel. And so there are each of constitutional, state law, and federal income tax questions that have to be answered regarding every dollar of bond money that you spend, whether or not it's for the West Valley campus or for any other of the purposes that you expect to put Measure CC to. So I know you have a busy meeting. Those were my thoughts on the general rules regarding the expenditure of general obligation bonds. And if there are questions from any of you, I'm happy to answer them or happy to follow up with additional information as you desire.
Thank you, David, for that breakdown. I think it was very helpful. Are there any questions from the board related to this informational item?
I have a question.
Yes, Trustee Young.
Okay, I'm sort of going to take objection to your assumptions here. So let's look at some things here. Let's assume that the art program has a lab where students work on their art projects. And some of those art projects are offered for sale to the community. They were instructed in the design of those projects. Is that not a legitimate activity?
That I think would be very clearly illegitimate activity. Did
you say legitimate or illegitimate?
No, legitimate. So an art studio, that's a classroom, it's a classroom lab. Students are taking a course, they produce a product that they choose to offer for sale to the community. I think that's fine. That's an authorized.
Simple yes would have done. So the next question, students who under the direction of a faculty member work on their culinary skills and those meals are sold to the public, but through the authority of the college, not a third party. Is that not a legitimate activity?
Well, I think that's a legitimate activity, but I don't know that the facility in which that activity is conducted can be financed entirely with general obligation bonds, because it's not clear that that facility, without further detail, is entirely a school facility.
How is that different than the art studio?
Well, the art studio reflects the hypothetical is a laboratory, presumably in a school building, that a class is being conducted and students are enrolled in a class and being trained how to properly paint. And they
Just
produce a
describe
product.
what goes on in a culinary lab.
Yeah, a culinary lab, if you were to say, for example, I went to Cornell University. Cornell University has one of the greatest hotel administration schools in the country. And I used to go to the hotel there on the Cornell campus for lunch because the hotel students did a nice job. That kind of a facility has educational aspects to it, which could be funded in your case through a bond. To the degree that there's excessive private activity in that facility, as well as governmental activity, that makes the analysis more difficult. And it wouldn't be a yes or no answer.
I was purposely excluding private activity.
Well, if you have a culinary laboratory in which cooking instruction is taking place, I think that is a yes answer.
That's all I wanted to hear.
Okay.
So now let's go to the many colleges across the country, including Cornell, that have hospitality programs where guests stay in the facility, but the entire program is run by the campus. You're saying that is not legitimate.
I think that's in the gray area. I think part of that facility would be legitimate, and part of the facility that's attributable to the private use would be a challenge.
What is the private use?
The private guests staying in the rooms.
What is the difference between staying in the room and eating a meal?
There may not be much of a difference, but if the facts are the college owns a hotel, owns a building that's called a hotel, for that to be a school facility, I would think that it would need to be kind of a dormitory, that it's the commercial element of the hotel, even though training is going on and classes can be conducted at various phases or parts of the hotel, the fact that it's available for commercial use raises a question as to whether or not it's really in its entirety a school facility. In part, I think it is a school facility, but it's not clear that 100% of it is a school facility because its primary purpose is to offer rooms for rent to the public for money, for the room rent.
I'm going to interrupt because I disagree. Its purpose is to provide real life experience for students to manage and operate a facility. That's its primary purpose.
Yeah, but I think it's a gray area. I think that.
Why is it gray? I don't see it as gray. We went through an art facility, we went through a restaurant, and the logic is the same for all three. I don't see your point. How is it different?
Well, a hotel, community colleges generally are not in the business of running hotels.
I disagree. We had faculty from this campus who visited community colleges that have these facilities.
Yeah, in California, I'm not familiar with a California community college that owns and operates a hotel. I think there are community colleges that own and operate facilities that look a lot like private facilities. College of San Mateo, for example, has a health and wellness center that sells private memberships to people from the public to join their athletic clubs and use the athletic clubs, use the swimming pool. So it's like a health club, but it's owned and operated by the College of San Mateo. That in the legal world has been a controversial project. There's disagreement among lawyers as to whether or not that was an appropriate thing to do. I think there is a judicial process by which gray area questions can be resolved, and projects that are in the gray area, just using your hotel as one example, could be validated. There's a process in the law to validate the conclusion of yes, in your case, and remove the ambiguity that I think exists with respect to some portions of the site plan that I received regarding the West Valley campus development. So there's a process by which you could get the assurance that that is a lawful project. Absent that, just need to know more facts.
All right, then let's stop right there, because what you said is it is possible to fulfill the requirements and be legal.
Yeah, I think more facts need to be developed, more dollar allocations between the portions of a hotel, for example, that are used by students, run by students, worked in by students.
All right, but I'm going to go back to what you said. It is conceivable and possible that all standards could be met.
I would say it's possible that projects that are in the gray area could be validated through a judicial validation, at the end of which, if successful, you'd have the confidence of knowing that that has been deemed a school facility and suitable for bond funding. Whether or not it's suitable for tax-exempt bond funding or taxable bond funding remains a question as to the level of private activity that's associated with the hotel. If rooms are being rented out to private citizens, there's probably going to be too much private activity to make it a tax-exempt bond eligible
What
project.
is the private activity you keep referring to?
Well, the private activity is either going to be the result of the management contracts associated with the daily operations of the hotel, or the constituency that will occupy most of the space of the hotel, which would not.
Okay, number one, every one that I'm aware of in the country, the campus runs it. It is not a management company.
Okay. I haven't been provided with any minutia, any facts regarding any of the elements of this project. So my comments are very high level. To the degree that there are details about each of these component parts, then all the details would be considered in actually answering the question as to whether or not specific bond proceeds can be used for a specific project. I'm speaking more generally and not commenting on a particular element, but the guidelines would be to satisfy ourselves that that hotel project, as an example, is a bona fide school facility in the same way that a biology lab, an academic building, a school gymnasium is a school facility.
Right. I encourage you to look at Kirkwood Community College for one example, and Cedar Rapids, Iowa. So, of course, state law varies. I acknowledge that, but what I'm hearing in your presentation is a bias, and what I'm looking for is not bias, which says, yes, it is possible. You seem to be presenting a biased presentation. So
I'm trying to be general because I haven't been involved in the review of any specific information about any specific project. So I'm just trying to highlight the approach that would be taken in analyzing any project. I don't have an opinion about any project, but I do know that the areas of the California Constitution and the application of Measure CC are California-based laws, and that the laws in other states might be different than the laws in California. So I am commenting only as the laws in California would relate to how you would think about projects that you would like to see funded in whole or in part from a general obligation bond issue.
Yeah, and I'm just going to suggest that some of that work has already been done.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that work, but at some point I may be asked to become more familiar with it, but I did not become familiar with it in advance of this meeting.
Thank you, David, and thank you, Fred. I think from my understanding, I think what I got from all of this is that we could use these bond funds for hotels and hotel villas and restaurants. We can. That's been happened in the past, but it seems like we need to do some more studies to evaluate how it is that we can use these bond dollars. And I think that's what I got from the presentation, more so than a clear bias. I think it was just more so presenting to us that how it is that we can use them, and as long as we use them legally, then we'll be able to do so. But as long as we have all these studies evaluated, then we can't move forward. But thank you, David, and thank you, Fred, for bringing up your points. Is there any other questions from the board?
I just have a comment, Mr. Chair. I do want to appreciate the time of David for presenting that, and thank you for that clarification. And it may not be my place, but I apologize for that interaction. As I mentioned earlier, people are asking for transparency, and you provide a level of it, and it's still met with a different bias, right? So thank you for hanging in there and answering the questions. And those are just my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. And we'll go ahead and move on to consent agenda. Item number 9.01, I'm sorry. All items on the consent agenda will be considered for approval by a single vote without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be pulled from the consent agenda to be discussed and considered separately in the action agenda. Do I have the motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved, Trustee Stefan.
We have a motion from Trustee Stefan. Do I have a second?
I'll second, but I do have a quick comment question on 11.1.
Okay, we have a second from Trustee Gonzalez. Open it up for discussion. Trustee Gonzalez.
I just had a question. I know we had that fantastic presentation earlier about our college being selected to partner with Fine Food Bank. So I saw the amount that we are currently paying for Harvest Box, and I've seen it on social media, so I know it's a real nice box with local produce, and of course I support local business, but I'm just wondering, in the state that the college is in, and with all of these struggles that we're facing with enrollment and whatnot, and just taking our fiduciary responsibility seriously, is the cost less to partner with Find to do food distribution versus the Harvest Box? Just a question.
Thank you, Chair. So with the grant, obviously Find Food Bank will receive a portion of the grant that will be awarded to them as well. So obviously the services that will be provided to our students would not incur an additional cost. So we would transition from utilizing the current service to Find Food Bank.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia.
Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? Okay, hearing and seeing none. President roll call, President Garcia, will you call the vote, please?
Student Trustee Olson.
Yes.
Trustee Wilson.
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Yant.
Yes.
Trustee Stefan.
Yes.
Trustee Perez.
Yes, and the motion carried unanimously. Moving on to action agenda. 14.01, resolution number 012122-1, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District making findings and determinations under AB 361 for continued virtual meetings. Do I have a motion to approve item 14.01 as presented?
So move, Wilson.
Okay, we have a motion by trustee Wilson. Is there a second?
Second, trustee Stefan.
Okay, we have a second by trustee Stefan. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none. President Garcia, will you call the vote?
Student trustee Olson,
Yes.
trustee Wilson,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Yant,
Yes.
trustee Stefan,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, moving on to item 14.02, resolution number 012122-3, reaffirming commitments made under Measure B and Measure CC. Do I have a motion to approve item 14.02 as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by trustee Yant and a second by trustee Stefan. Any discussion? And I'm actually gonna make a subsequent motion to add a friendly amendment to the resolution. I would like to add to section 3 to give the direction to our staff to give us bi-monthly reports, maybe more, depending on the direction of the board, to the public at our monthly at our board meetings, consisting of timelines and expenditures for the Indio, Cat City, and Palm Springs projects. I'd also like to can I get a second on that motion?
Second.
I agree to that change. Yes.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
Friendly amendments get very difficult to process and are not really a standard parliamentary process. I think what you're trying to do is make an amendment by adding what you just described. So in your motion, you would just want to exactly add it in the spot, and then you would go through the process that you're already started, which is asking for a second.
Okay. Do you mind walking me through that, Carlos? So I guess I'd go back to, I'd like to make a motion to propose the amendment. I'd like to add to section 3 to direct staff to give us bi-monthly reports, maybe more, depending on the direction of the board at our public board meetings. The updates will consist of timelines and expenditures for the Indio, Cat City, and Palm Springs projects.
And for clarification, you want that to be a section?
Section 3.
3.
Are you making that a friendly amendment?
Yes.
There is no friendly amendment, madam.
Oh, there isn't anymore?
No.
Okay.
So he's asked for a second, and I believe trustee Young.
I'll make a second.
Okay, we have a
I'll second it.
second from trustee Stefan. Before I open it up to discussion from the board, I'd like to ask Carlos Campos to provide a little explanation about what this resolution does and what it is that we're trying to accomplish here. Trustee Yant, and myself worked very hard with our legal counsel to try to come up with something that would, reaffirm our commitment to our projects that you said that we would construct. So Carlos Campos, thank you.
Yes, thank you, board, chair, members of the public. As the chair outlined, the resolution before you reaffirms the district commitment to proceed with the projects as outlined in the bond documents. And you will see as Exhibit A to the resolution, the bond documents, specifically the bond project list that the voters approved have been attached to the resolution. With TSIS has a first phase in looking at college facilities. In the near future, we can bring back something more specific to address a lot of the comments that we have heard here today. But the first step, we want to reaffirm the district commitment to the bond projects as specified in the bond ballot measure. Additionally, I think the amendment to Section 3, providing additional information on these additional projects and bringing back status report is very beneficial for the public and to provide further information. So for today's meeting, the resolution here in itself, like I said, again, reconfirms the board's commitment to the projects as described in the bond documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos, and just want to say that to the people that spoke during public comment, we heard your comments and they're well taken. We have presentations today. We will be bringing back more specific items in the future as more data comes in and is presented to us. Trustee Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I've heard your reasons for why you want to see this resolution, but I also understand from your comments that Trustee Yant was also involved in this, so I'd like to hear from Trustee Yant as well.
Thank you. My objective, and I think the objective that we should share, is to make it clear to the community that we intend to fulfill the obligations of the bonds. And that's simple, clean language, and that's all that it's intended to do, is to say, yes, we reaffirm our commitment.
Any other questions from the board?
Just a comment from me. I know that the majority of speakers this morning were from the Palm Springs area, so it's just interesting to me there. I think this conversation took place when I wasn't here, correct, during the retreat. So if the voters already voted for a bond and the language is already there, I'm just wondering why it was necessary to do a resolution. That's just a question, just curious. I mean, because I know what the rhetoric is, obviously I hear it, but we have never stated, any board member, that projects are not going to be built, or, so I'm just kind of wondering, like, why was that necessary if the language is already there and according to the attorney, you can't deviate from it? Just a question.
I think the objective is to respond to communities' concerns and to respond in a positive way, which is, yes, we intend to fulfill our commitment. Simple and direct.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez and Trustee Yant. And just for the record, I'm going to repeat the proposed amendment. Bear with me one second. The amendment is as follows. I would like to add to Section 3 to direct staff to give bi-monthly reports at our regular board meetings, consisting of timelines and expenditures for the Indio, Cat City, and Palm Springs projects.
Mr. Chair, would you just repeat that again, sir? I'm sorry.
Sure. It's, I would like to add to Section 3 to direct our staff to give bi-monthly reports or more, depending on the direction of the board, at our regular board meetings, consisting of timelines and expenditures for the Indio, Cat City, and Palm Springs projects.
And so would the requests come from the trustees? And would they go to you or Dr. Garcia, or how would you like any?
So the requests would come from the trustees, and if you can just filter them through Dr. Garcia, I think that'd make things a lot easier and more streamlined.
Okay.
Chair Perez?
Yes.
If it's okay, can I read the amendment back to make sure I captured it correctly?
Yes, please.
So I have, the motion is to add to Section 3, quote, to direct staff to give bi-monthly reports or more, depending on the direction of the board, at our regular board meetings, consisting of timelines and expenditures for the Palm Springs, Cathedral City, and Indio projects. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Armando, and thank you everyone for bearing with us while we got that through. It's always a little trouble doing with the parliamentary procedures and stuff, so I appreciate Carlos and his patience as well. I guess we'll go on and call for a roll call vote, right?
Student trustee Olson,
Yes.
trustee Wilson,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Yant,
Aye. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
trustee Stefan,
Yes.
trustee Perez.
Aye. I apologize for that, Fred.
Motion carries unanimously.
Trustee Perez,
Go ahead.
before Carlos leaves, could we have, perhaps could you help the community understand that as trustees, our realm of operation is with policy, and that this is a policy statement rather than an operational statement? Or perhaps you explain that.
That is very correct. And as was stated, the idea here was to provide a simple statement reaffirming the commitment. The bond measures itself, as was explained in more detail by the bond attorney, provides the legal parameters of the use of the bonds, policy on how those bonds are used, and priority of different projects. That is a policy decision of the board. So today, the item before you was not a legal document. It was more of a policy restatement of the board's commitment to use the funds accordingly, as described in the bond measure documents.
Thank you. I hope that clarifies that for the community.
Thank you, trustee Carlos. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I just want to remind you that the motion you just took was to adopt the amendment, and so now the item on the floor is the new improved resolution.
Okay. So that vote was for the amendment. Now we're going to vote on the resolution with the addition of the amendment. Dr. Garcia, please call the vote.
Student trustee Olson,
Yes.
trustee Wilson,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Yant,
Yes.
trustee Stefan,
Aye.
trustee Perez.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, moving on to item 14.03, Board Policy 3950, COVID-19 vaccine requirements for employees and students, second reading. Do I have a motion to approve item 14.03 as presented?
So move, Wilson.
Okay, we have a motion from trustee Wilson. Is there a second?
A second.
Second from trustee Gonzalez. Any discussion?
I just wondered if Dr. Garcia just could give us a little summary.
So the board policy obviously is the policy that you all, if approved, will implement in regards to the COVID-19 vaccination requirements. We do have an administrative policy that depicts the details as to how this will take place. It becomes in effect on January 31st. I would like to state that as of last week, we had over 800 employees that have submitted an affidavit. We are working, and I want to make sure I commend and honor the COVID-19 team. They are working tirelessly to make sure that all employees submit that, obviously before the date. I also want to ensure that I inform you that the team or some of the leadership team members will meet to discuss approaches that will be taken to ensure that students that come on campus that have not submitted the affidavit do it on their first day of class, hopefully, or within the first few days. So I'm honestly very grateful to the COVID-19 team.
As are we. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion?
Could you clarify that there are means for individuals that cannot be vaccinated to be tested?
Yes. Trustee Stefan, so obviously, both employees and students could request an exemption through and with the same process that they're following to submit the affidavit. There is an opportunity to request the exemption, and obviously those that are not vaccinated will have to be tested once per week.
Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? Hearing and seeing none, President Garcia, please call the vote.
Student Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Wilson?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Yant?
Yes.
Trustee Stefan?
Aye.
Trustee Pettis?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, moving on to item 15.01, Human Resources, Employment Agreement for the Interim Vice President of Instruction. It is now time to consider item 15.01 on the agenda, wherein it is recommended that the board approve the attached employment agreement for the Interim Vice President of Instruction. This recommended action will approve the interim employment agreement commencing on January 24, 2022 through July 23, 2022, pursuant to Government Code 54953C. A summary of the terms of the agreement includes an annual base salary of $215,934.68, reflective of range 15, column 4 of the leadership salary scale, as well as provisions for evaluation, fringe benefits, and transportation allowance comparable to other similar executive leadership employees. Do I have a motion to approve the employment agreement? I'll go ahead and move. Is there a second?
Second, Trustee Stefan.
Okay, we have a motion by myself and a second by Trustee Stefan. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, President Garcia, please call the vote.
Student Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Wilson?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Yes.
Trustee Yant?
Yes.
Trustee Stefan?
Aye.
Trustee Pettis?
Yes, motion carried unanimously. Item number 16.01, budget revisions. Do I have a motion to approve item 16.01 as presented?
Chair Perez, just a reminder that this item was stricken from the agenda.
Oh, sorry about that. Item 16.02, resolution number 012122-2, authorized signatures. Do I have a motion to approve item 16.02 as presented?
So moved,
So moved.
Wilson. Second, Wilson.
We have a motion from Trustee Stefan and a second by Trustee Wilson. Any discussion? President Garcia, please call the vote.
Student Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Wilson?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Yant?
Yes.
Trustee Stefan?
Aye.
Trustee Pettis?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to item 17, study sessions. Item number 17.01, census data presentation. I would like to introduce Armando Mendoza, data dissemination specialist for the U.S. Census Bureau, to present this item. Welcome, Armando. Please proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much. I can actually drive the presentation if you like.
Yep.
Armando, if you can just advise us when you want to move to the next slide.
Hang on, I'll be able to drive. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm gonna stay off camera. I'm a little bit under the weather, and I'm hoping that it's just a cold. I got tested yesterday, but the the results are taking quite a bit of time. My name is Armando Mendoza, and I am a data dissemination specialist with the U.S. Census Bureau. And what I'm gonna cover a lot. And some of it, if you're not a frequent data user, can be complex. I just wanna say upfront that whatever I don't cover and whatever needs you have in terms of data, I'll be able to provide the support for you. I am based in Orange County, but cover Orange County, San Diego County, Riverside, San Bernardino, and Imperial. county. So what I'm going to do today is just learn about what data from the 2020 census has been released. The data is not released in one chunk, it's released in phases. I'm going to describe the differences between the decennial census data, which is used for the redistricting and the reapportionment, and then the American Community Survey data, which contains very rich socioeconomic and demographic information. And if times allow, I'll be able to go online and show you a couple of the tools that we have to extract data. So as probably most of you know, the decennial census is a constitutional mandate. The Census Bureau has been conducting censuses in 1790. And the primary purpose is to reapportion the 435 seats in the House of Representatives. So it carries significant political implications because the data is also used, as Jim mentioned earlier, I believe that's the name of Jim, is used for the redistricting of the legislative districts and the school districts. I highlight California because we're in California and something significant happened in the last 2 decades in our state. These are the apportionment numbers from 1910 to 2020. And the significant thing that happened in our state is the fact that for the first time in the history of the state of California, in 2010 did not receive a congressional seat. And even worse, if you want to call it that way, the 2020 census release shows that we actually, the state of California, lost 1 seat. 1920 technically doesn't count because what happened in 1920, Congress did not agree on the reapportionment, so nothing took place. And the primary issue then was there was a huge migration from rural areas to urban areas where the work was. So Congress did not agree on the reapportionment then. So we released the apportionment data and then we released the redistricting data. The redistricting data has a few data products. So voting age, race, Hispanic and Latino in origin, occupancy status, and group quarters. The group quarters are types of facilities that provide services to residents that are not related by blood. So I'm talking about prisons, hospitals, military barracks, student dormitories, and so forth. That data was released in a very difficult to use, to be honest with you, the legacy format on August the 12th. But then the following month on September 30th, we released the data in an easier to use format. Later this year, we'll be releasing additional phases of the data. So for example, in the case of the race, right now you have only the cumulative numbers of the Asian population. But later products are going to be able to define of the Asian population, the percentage of Chinese, Vietnamese, and so forth. These are the results, numerical results from 2010 and 2020. Then blue bar represents the 2020 census, the orange bar represents the 2020 census. And then the percentage, these are for Imperial County, San Bernardino County, and Riverside County. And this is the percentage change population for the same counties. And as you can see, Riverside County experienced the largest population growth between 2010 and 2020. I added the cities that are in the College of the Desert area. So these are the population numerical values for the cities from 2010 and 2020. And then the next slide shows the percentage change. So you can see that there were actually cities like in the case of Mecca and Thermal that lost population. Palm Springs growing at a very small pace. And then again, Riverside County experienced the largest growth besides Desert Hot Springs. The data that you use to redraw the congressional districts, it gives you population count and the race. However, it doesn't contain, for example, educational attainment or poverty rates. Between 1940 and 2000, every 10 years during the census, we had 2 forms. We had a short form that collected basic demographic information of the household. And then we sent out a long form to a sample of the population. In 2000, 1 in 6 households received the long form. The long form collected a lot of detailed characteristics of the household. So again, educational attainment, poverty, veteran status, and so forth. That long form was replaced in 2005 by the American Community Survey. So in 2010 and 2020, only basic demographic information is produced from the decennial census. The census conducts about 130 surveys, censuses, and estimates. The American Community Survey is being the largest survey at 3.5 million addresses in the sample. So every month we send approximately 290,000 questionnaires on a random sample to homes. It produces critical information on very small geographic areas. So you can go down to a neighborhood. The Census Bureau doesn't call in neighborhoods, but I think Jim also mentioned census tracts. Census tracts are typically between 1,200 and 8,000 in population, with an optimum population of 4,000. If you look to the bottom of the left blue portion of the presentation, you can see that the 1-year estimates are for populations of 65,000 or more. The 1-year estimates are for populations of 20,000 or more, and then the 5-year estimates are for all geographic areas. The American Community Survey, just like the long form, collects a lot of detailed characteristics of the household. In terms of demographic characteristics, these are same questions that we asked during the decennial census, so age, sex, race, Hispanic origin. In terms of social characteristics, we can look at educational attainment, grandparents as caregivers, disability status, place of birth, citizenship. You may remember that the citizen question was planned by the prior administration to be included in the census in 2020, and it wasn't. It went through a legal process. The question was not included in the 2020 census. However, it is included on the American Community Survey. But it is important to point out that it's strictly for statistical purposes. There's no questions about legal status. We simply ask, were you born in the US, yes or no? If you say yes, you're part of the native-born population. If you're not the foreign-born population, part B of the question is, have you become a naturalized citizen, yes or no? It also language spoken at home. We have computer and internet use being asked now. In terms of housing characteristics, we can look at the percentage of people that own their home, rent the home, the structure of the house, taxes and insurance. And then on the economic characteristics, all the way to the left, we can look at income and the sources of income, benefits, employment status, occupation, commuting to work. So my household has not been sampled yet. I haven't been in the sample yet, but eventually all of us will. A lot of people do not know about the American Community Survey. It has great benefits because the data is refreshed every year. As opposed to the long form, the data was good when the decade was young, but as the decade began to get older, the data became less relevant. So the ACS data provides timely information. I pulled some samples, just a few socio-demographic information from the ACS, just to kind of give you an idea of the breadth and the depth of the data that is available. These are the average household size per person. This is the percentage of married couples. This is the percentage of households that have at least one children under 18 years old. I will provide you a copy of the presentation if you want to get a copy of it. The next slide is a place of birth. So here's a citizenship and place of birth question. So for example, in Palm, let's see, and Palm Desert, 80% or almost 81% is a US native population, 19.2% are foreign-born population, and then of the 19.2% of the foreign-born population in Palm Desert, 54.4 have become naturalized US citizens, and the rest of them have not. They may not qualify, but again, it has nothing to do with legal status. Next is the percentage of households that speak a language other than English at home. And then the next slide shows Spanish in blue bars, and then something else in orange bars. Next one is really relevant to you because it has to do with educational attainment. I do a lot of presentations, and invariably, everywhere I go, there's a direct correlation between educational attainment, income, poverty, and probably crime. Crime is not getting collected in this survey, but you can make you begin to make an inference as I move along on the presentation. This is for the universe of the population that is 25 years and over. So this is what we consider the high school dropout rate. Again, because it's population 25 years and over that did not complete high school and are not currently enrolled. Next slide shows the percentage of high school diploma or equivalent. Some college, but did not attain a degree. Associate's degree, bachelor's degree, and graduate or professional degree. Next is the median household income. So again, you can see the correlation between the educational attainment in the cities. And then the percentage of people that live below the poverty level. Next one is the percentage of households that have a broadband subscription. And then that is it. I don't know how much time I have. I'll stop here to see if there are any questions. And if there's time, I'll be happy to go online and show you at least one or two tools where you can access the data. As I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, this can be complex. There's different data needs and requirements for a diverse audience. So I'm going to provide you a copy of the presentation. At the last slide has my contact information. If you want to set up a workshop specifically to dig in and dive into the data that you need, I'll be happy to provide that for you. Unfortunately, right now we're doing this virtually. My preference is to do this live because I think they're more efficient, they're more effective. I think everybody's getting burned out of conducting webinars or attending webinars. And sometimes I myself find myself multitasking. So I think, again, in-person workshops, training workshops are more efficient and more effective. We do this for free. There's free of cost. And because the Census Bureau realized back after the 2010 census that we needed to get a return on the investment of conducting a census. I believe in 2010 was $12.3 billion to conduct a census. So it's incredibly important. I was part of the management team that conducted the census in the Los Angeles region in 2010. And I oversaw 5 local census offices out of 39 in our region. The most expensive part of conducting a census is what we call the non-response follow-up. Those are the households that did not return the questionnaire for whatever the reason. There's fear, they don't know, they don't care, they don't realize the political implications that I mentioned earlier. They don't realize the economic implications because based on the census count, $675 billion get distributed to the states based on the population count. So in order for us to conduct a non-response follow-up for the offices that I oversaw, which included the 2 most difficult areas in the country to have a complete and accurate count in downtown LA and East Los Angeles, we hired 10,000 people. We opened almost 500 offices throughout the country. So we hire 500,000 people to go knock on the door to retrieve the same information that we could have if people responded to the census. 2020 is a different animal, if you will. We had COVID-19, which disrupted the operations. We had the fires in the West Coast. We had the hurricanes on the East Coast. It was a really challenging year for the Census Bureau. So again, let me stop here for a second and to see if there are any questions.
Thank you, Armando, for that presentation. I'll open it up to my colleagues on the board. Are there any questions?
I just would like to get a copy of the presentation today. Very interesting information, and I appreciate all the work that went into that, so thank you.
Thank you.
Sure,
Trustee
yeah,
Gonzalez.
be happy to.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
I just also want to say thank you, and definitely that information can help us plan, right? When we look at, you know, households under the age of 18 and where we can target our efforts.
Right, for growing trends and whatnot.
Yes,
Mhm.
for
Yeah,
growing trends, yes.
I agree, Trustee Gonzalez. Thank you, Armando. I think that's it for us.
Okay, one question.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, go ahead, Trustee.
Armando, I use census data so much, and I appreciate all the work that you've done. This is kind of a general question, though. I don't know how to say it exactly, but we know that the Census Bureau was under unusual political pressure, as well as medical and other issues. Is the confidence level of the data any less than in previous years?
There will be a report released later because we also do mini census, if you will, to determine the quality of the data. We are pretty confident that we reached out to 99.9% of the households. So later, I don't have an exact date, but later on we'll be releasing the undercount and the overcount. That's a sort of I'm not real well versed in it, but it's a scientific process where we determine where we may have missed people. The people that we traditionally miss are children under 5 for several reasons. Sometimes parents don't realize that a baby is count because the Constitution says that we must count everyone that lives in the country on April 1st. Also, other areas are renting places where there's a born-form population. Those are traditionally the places where we have challenges. But yeah, you're right. This time, COVID-19 was it put a big burden on the census because we had to stop operations in the midst of it. Typically, by law, we must provide the population count to the president on December 31st of that year, and then the apportionment in the spring of the following year. And those two data products were postponed because of COVID. But again, yeah, there will be later data release with the results of the overcount and undercount later this year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
I just want to say thank you very much. I remember walking to try to get some of those people that did not submit their census in 2010. And I appreciate all the hard work that you guys did in 2020 because I know it must have been almost impossible. So
yes. Very challenging, yes.
Okay, well, thank you, Armando. We're looking forward to getting a copy of that presentation. I think it'll help us make data-driven decisions as we're going about being trustees. How are my colleagues feeling? Do you guys need we have a couple of pretty big presentations coming up. Do we need a break? No, everybody okay? All right, we'll move right on through. Item 17.02. Strategic and Educational Master Plan. I would like to invite Dr. Jessica Enders, Executive Director of Institutional Advancement, to present this item. How you doing, Dr. Enders?
Very well, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Dr. Garcia, Executive Cabinet members, trustees, and guests. I thank you for the opportunity to be here to present how College of the Desert has developed our strategic master plan in the past, as well as a brief overview of our strategic planning or educational planning process. So do I have control or do you, okay. Maybe. Or maybe not. It just doesn't like me. Could you help me? Thank you. As we begin, it's important to start with a common understanding of what the college's strategic master plan is. So for us, the plan is our way to find answers to questions posed by the future. The plan always starts with our mission and is guided by the goal of us fulfilling that mission. It also often includes our vision, our value statements, and our institutional purpose, as well as up to 5-year goals and strategic objectives needed to meet those goals. Next slide, please. So why do we need a strategic master plan? The plan helps colleges better define where they want to go in the future to address our current challenges and anticipate future needs to achieve our goals. However, strategic planning is not just simply a good idea that institutions should embrace. It's part of our accreditation process as well, and it ensures that we're demonstrating our commitment to our mission, and it should emphasize student learning and student achievement. Commitment is not enough yet, though. We must also use analysis of qualitative and quantitative data, much like what you just saw in the past presentation, and continuously and systemically evaluate, plan, implement, and improve the quality of our educational programs and services. So this integrated process of planning encompasses all facets of the college and falls under the overarching strategic master plan. Next slide, thank you. The image that you see here depicts our overall planning process, which again, always starts with our mission. Our mission statement is also defined within accreditation standards, and it includes a variety of elements. So you'll see on our mission statement, it's no longer a simple slogan that someone can remember. Rather, it's a comprehensive statement of who we are and what we're here to do. So using this mission statement as our guiding light, we build our annual goals, which are derived from our department program review updates, our program enhancement plans, our vision for success goals, our institutional set standards, and all other college plans. But what's important to remember, which you'll see with the arrow going across, is that all of those goals align with the Board of Trustees approved strategic goals. So as part of the goal creation process, we use our planning assumptions, which is the next phase, and those are made with input and guidance from data and research. So this is where those measurable objectives are determined and strategies built to achieve those objectives. Then we move into our budget and resource planning phase. All goals must align with the budget and planning, which is our resource allocation process. So this is where the budget subcommittee at College of the Desert plays a critical role. They keep our spending in a realistic setting. It includes our 50% law calculations, our FON, which is that full-time faculty obligation number that historically has helped us achieve a goal of having 75% full-time and 25% part-time faculty. So this figure is also used to guide our prioritization process. Finally, in this, which is kind of covered by the words up there, but comes to our implementation process. And then we evaluate that implementation. The important thing to note with this process, it's not a one-time every 5 years and then it's done. This is continuous. We're constantly looking at these and evaluating these goals. And simultaneous to this process, we incorporate again and align the board-approved goals to ensure that we have research and data informing along the entire step of the way. Next slide, please. Now let's talk about how we developed the 2016 Strategic Master Plan. In 2015, College of the Desert used an evidence-based review and analysis of data from the college and the community, which included demographics, K-12 growth, graduation rates, regional planning, and other college reports to create these goals. So this information was presented in a series of town hall meetings to solicit that community feedback. So also in 2015, the Office of Institutional Effectiveness, Educational Services and Planning was charged with distributing a survey both in English and Spanish to solicit community feedback. We placed that survey on our website, we distribute it via email, and so we were able to get more than 300 community members' feedback into the Strategic Master Plan process. Then during the 2015-16 academic year, our Assessment of Planning and Outcomes Subcommittee, locally known here as APO, revisited the role of the committee and determined that it would assess the performance of the college in relation to the goals and objectives specified in its strategic and operational plans. If you could click on the next part, please, thank you. And also, it would lead the effort in the evaluation and modification of the strategic master plan. In 2016, APO developed a recommendation that went to College Planning Council, and I'm going to have another acronym for you, CPC, which is what we locally call it, to create our strategic master plan work group, and then APO's recommendation was approved by CPC in March of 2016. Included within that recommendation was the need to have a work group to actually write the 2016 strategic master plan. So to facilitate this process, their recommendation incorporated the following steps. They would have a review, analysis, evaluation, and mapping of our current 6 goals from the 2010 strategic master plan. We would incorporate the feedback received from the college faculty, staff, leadership, and students and the Coachella Valley community members. We'd use data and data analysis provided by the Office of Institutional Research and our board priorities to help determine the goals and how we would close any potential gaps. We used a review of our program review updates and those PEP-ups from our previous 5 years, which identified areas and opportunities for growth. And finally, the group followed our traditional planning process and updated and evaluated our mission, vision, and values. So the result was our 2016 strategic master plan and the 5 goals that you see here: student success, planning and governance, fiscal stability and infrastructure, teamwork, organizational development, economic workforce development, and community outreach. And you'll notice the date of the plan was set to initially expire in 2021. If we could have, thank you. Therefore, in late spring 2021, APO recommended to College Planning Council that the end date of the strategic master plan should be updated. And they also realized that because of this, it would affect subsequent plans that come from that, such as the educational master plan. So they also wanted to wait for the new superintendent president to be involved. Well, thank you. In the new plans. So CPC approved that recommendation on April 9th, 2021. And they realized after that we would have to update our long-term integrated planning calendar. So if we can move to the next slide. And I realize this is hard to see, but what this is illustrating is all of the college's plans and how they're interconnected and the cycles that they run through. And so we had to update this as well to ensure for not only accreditation purposes, but for future planning of all subsequent plans that were in alignment. And so we had to update that as well. And you can see our new cycle then will be set to begin in fall of 2022 and run through 2027. And so APO will be starting their process this semester. And so now that we have an overview, we're going to present a timeline for updating and creating that next plan. So earlier this month, you all met and had your retreat with Dr. Garcia, and that's generally our kickoff to our strategic master planning cycle. So with this presentation, it is our official kickoff now that you have had that meeting. So this is where we can start to get all of the work beginning and coordinating with our internal and external stakeholders to really review that previous plan and start to engage our community for input. So to do that, Dr. Garcia and you all will collaborate to identify your strategic priorities to engage the community. Then in late spring, we will have our Assessment of Planning and Outcomes Subcommittee review the current strategic master plan and then formulate a work group to work through to see where we're at. How did we do? A presentation will be coming to the board that will provide updates on that data and where we're at with those goals. And then in late to mid-spring of 2022, the work group will start to really delve into the data and the community input. So then finally in fall of 2022, it will come to you for full adoption to kick off our next cycle. So now we're going to transition into the development of the 2017 Educational Master Plan, which is contingent upon the Strategic Master Plan being in place. So in 2016, following the approval of the Strategic Master Plan, College of the Desert embarked on the project of updating our plan from 2010. 3 broad goals provided direction and framework for this project. We had to refine and update the plan, develop an integrated planning calendar, which you saw on the previous slide, and then establish common data assessments and long-term goals, and that would help us direct and redirect in our planning process. And then the project timeline for the educational master plan. In December of 2016 and January of 2017, that was all the pre-planning process. Then we went into our discovery phase, where that's where we really started to look at the data. Then it went into actual plan development, where you start putting words onto paper. And then from about April to June, it was that final production, the going through all of the goals, the strategies, and working collaboratively to review them. To help us with the process, College of the Desert engaged the services of the Collaborative Brain Trust, a consulting firm to really help us understand the components of the educational master planning process. Community forums, campus forums, and listening sessions all help to inform the creation of this, as well as our English and Spanish surveys, again, to the community. The result? The final goals that were established are the 6 that you see here. And then in addition to these goals, we actually had 77 sub-objectives to accomplish those goals that were identified through the process. And so as mentioned with the strategic master plan, we had to update the dates on our ending. And so you'll see up here it says 2022, and we will be starting, or it should be 2023. If you could click one more time. Thank you very much. And then the next slide, please. So our next steps for creating the 23 to 28 educational master plan, again, you all having the kickoff with your retreat, and after the adoption of the strategic master plan for fall 2022. So starting in mid to late spring of 23, so a year from now, similar to the strategic master plan process, we'll create a work group and follow a very similar protocol to strategic master planning. So by fall of 23, we can be on that new cycle. So to wrap all up, I just want to recap our next steps. First and foremost, we'll need to identify those college priorities. Once we have those priorities, APO can get to work on doing all of the processes that we do. And so with that, I appreciate your time and will answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Anders, for that very detailed presentation. Are there any questions from the board?
No, really, really good presentation. Thank you.
My pleasure. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anders. And I'll actually be calling for a 10-minute recess. Our next presentation will be a little bit long, and I want everybody to be attentive to it. So we'll be calling a 10-minute recess. We'll be back at 12:46 p.m.
Mic check. Can you check your mic?
Sorry about that. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for bearing with us. I'd like to call Mac McGinnis, MOS Program Manager, to present on the bonds and expenditures.
Hi, Mac.
Welcome, sir.
Chair,
Welcome back. Good to see you
other
again.
Trustees, how you doing? Dr. Garcia and staff. I'm here to talk to you about the Measure B and CC bond program, giving you a little history first, bring you current to where we are, and then maybe talk about some future projects that we have going. So if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and start with that. So I'm going to talk to you about the mission, vision, and plan and implementation of both Measure B and CC as mentioned. Who changes? Yeah, please change. Okay, so originally, some of you may know this already. If not, just bear with me. Original bond measure was passed in 1959 to actually start College of the Desert. And you can see in some of these pictures here, there are people standing around, there's visionaries, there's construction going on. This was exciting times that got the college going. I can only imagine getting here and just seeing a vacant piece of land and then be able to vision all of this is fabulous. On the next page, I have a timeline. So things started, original bond measure around 1959. It was for just a little bit more than $3 million. And that's what it took to build the interior of the campus, all the concrete buildings you see. Obviously, the price of things have gone way up. Mm-hmm. In the upper left-hand corner, there was the original architect, Carl Warneke, who, and you see one of his plans he sketched out there. Mm-hmm. He was originally the architect of J.F. Kennedy as well. But him, along with Albert Fry and other teams of architects, got together to design the campus. In 2004, there was a bond measure passed for $346.5 million. Projects went into design, and by 2007, construction started on a number of projects, and we'll go through those a little bit later in the presentation. But this timeline kind of gives you an idea of all the projects that have taken place since the beginning of at least 2007. Next slide. And it continues here. Right now, we're at 2022, and we have some of these projects going on. And then you can see we're going on to 2025 in this timeline. So the next slide, again, this was the campus in the mid-60s. And first year enrollment was 524 students. And this is basically what the campus looked like then. Then in 2003, next slide, and the Ed Master Plan was developed, and 3 long-term goals were identified. One was to effectively prepare students through education for work and citizenship and community through learning and centered programs and services, provide access to quality education, and to help promote civil and prosperous and stimulating quality of life in the Coachella Valley. All of this was basically focused around education, educating the people of the Coachella Valley. Next slide. So by 2006, the College of the Desert, these are bond language from Measure B. College of the Desert job training items took place here, safety measures, train local residents for jobs and prepare them for 4-year colleges, expanding various programs on the campus, repairing infrastructure and upgrading classrooms, computer technology, repairing, constructing, and equipping buildings. This is some of the language out of the Measure B bond. But if we go to the next slide, in 2006, by 2006, 40 years later from the original campus, only 2 buildings, new buildings were added over 40 years. Those were the Social Sciences building and the Math building. And you can see them here with the blue tops there. So there were just 2 buildings there that were added. But next slide, by 2014, we've added on just this campus, 25 new or renovated projects here. And we'll go through those projects here in a minute, but you can see there's substantial change And this is just buildings. So, the Monterey entrance was redesigned. There was 3.4 megawatts of photovoltaic panels added. Athletic fields were renovated. So there were a number of projects other than just on this campus. In addition to this campus, there was the Indio Center that was constructed, Mecca Thermal Campus, Palm Springs Temporary Campus, and the Winslow Center classrooms over at Desert Hot Springs. So the next slide, we're getting into some of these projects. And so the Alumni Center, and these are by alphabetical order, and this is the time frame of 2000 now to 2014. The Alumni Center was a 3,500 square foot building that completed in fall of 2009. You can see the initial budget there was about 2.6 million, final budget 2.7, but that was paid out of Measure B. Then we have Applied Sciences. It completed fall of 2014. It's a 21,741 square foot structure. Athletics facility, 26,840, and all of these projects I'm mentioning now were completed out of Measure B. So it's the first bond measure. Barker Nursing Complex completed spring of 2009. It's a 14,280 square foot facility for nursing. And the business building was actually the first project, building project that we completed. It's a 9,000 square foot building that has the business program inside of it. It's a total gut and remodel. When I say total gut, we take the buildings down to the bones, just the concrete structure is left. So all the mechanical, electrical, a lot of time roofing, data, everything's ripped out of the building and put in new. One of the first projects also to take off was the central plant. And it's roughly about 14,000 square feet. It completed the summer of 2008. We have a child development center. It was just over 10,000 square feet, completed in 2014. It's also a child development center and a early childhood education center as well. Communication building was a 35,500 square foot building. That completed in 2013. It took a lot of programs that were in the liberal arts building and moved it over to the communication building and then expanded that program as well. Craven Student Service Center is a 48,000, just over 48,000 square foot building. It completed in 2010. The Student Service Center used to be in this building right here, actually. And it was very small, and we had students outside actually passing out in the heat, and ambulance were called and stuff like that because they had nowhere really to congregate inside to apply for classes or financial aid and all of that. And so the district approved the design and construction of this building, and it moved all those services out of this building over to where the Craven's building is now. The dining facility, or some people know it as a Beeps Cafe, was completed in 2010. Again, it was another total gut and renovation of that structure there. And it improved the dining experience here on College of the Desert. It used to be, those of you who remember it, it was like walking to an old military barracks almost. It was really sad. And this was allowed them to renovate that and create a game room and some other student functions in there. The Hilb and Building C, and this was Building C, was renovated. Completion was fall of 21, meaning all the paperwork and things like that. So the Hilb was significant. It was a significant building in that it was the tallest building on campus, and it was the library. So it was a congregation space for students as well. And when that building closed down and the library moved out to the multi-agency library here on campus, that building basically shut down to students actually, and it just became a void, kind of a canyon or a cave. It wasn't very hospitable at all. But then they started the program, they initiated the program and the design and construction of it, and it became what you see today, which is a very nice space, and it brings the campus back to, brings the library back to the campus. And if you notice, the hillb is on, the center of the campus is on a plinth already, but the hillb itself is on either higher plinth, and it represents higher learning. And we cleared out the space from the top of the building so light can shine and be like a beacon for the students to actually come back to higher education on the campus. And if you stand in the perspective of, if you stand on the west side, looking at the fountain and looking at the hill, the fountain is actually curved like a book. So it actually represents higher learning as well. So that architecture all flows together. The Indio campus was completed in 2014. It's about 40,000 square feet, 3-story building. Most of you probably know the day that opened, it was almost at capacity. And there was a need for more space, and we installed modular structures on that campus to accommodate the overflow, which still wasn't enough. And so we started to, the district purchased some additional land just to the north of this, and we started planning and designing a new building to go there, and we'll see that a little bit later, actually on the next page. So on the next page there, you see the Indio campus expansion, what it's called. It's a 67,000 square foot building, 3 stories, but what it provides for the students now that wasn't there, obviously, is a dining facility. They had nowhere to eat on that campus, so students would come and leave. And we're hoping that this will keep the students there on campus. It has maker space, it has new labs, it has student services, it has everything, health, security, it has everything a campus needs and everything that the original building didn't have. So part of this project also is to renovate the existing building about 10,000 square feet. So once the new building, the expansion is complete, then we're gonna move the people out of the existing building and then renovate about 10,000 square feet of the existing building to accommodate the other programs that are there. Math, Science, and Technology Center is a just over 40,000 square foot building. It was completed in 2012 that brought wet labs and other labs and math and science and technology into one building. We actually relocated the IT department that was in the basement of the hill. We relocated them over here in this building as well. And that's where the technology center piece comes in of this building. The Mechathermal campus was completed in 2009. It's about 10,000 square feet of modulars out there. It was a groundbreaking ceremony to remember when that was constructed and opened. It was a lot of people attended that. Then there was an expansion of that campus as well to get a wet lab out there. So we added about 2,000 square feet of modulars out there, and it opened in 2017. I talked to you about the Monterey entrance, where it created a roundabout at the front of the campus, and it actually helped alleviate traffic on Monterey and a better experience coming onto the campus. Nursing renovation was about 9,000 square feet, and it was existing nursing building. It was totally gutted and repurposed. The Palm Springs modulars, about 12,000 square feet of modular buildings. It was the prelude to what will eventually be the Palm Springs development project, if you will. It opened in 2018. There were some other projects, Magnesia Falls. Public Safety Academy was one of the earlier projects, opening in 2019. It's roughly 17,000 square feet of public safety academy, and it was originally going to be a joint venture between the city, actually it is a joint venture between the city of Palm Desert and the district. Site infrastructure went in, site infrastructure 1, 2, and 3. What that did was supply new infrastructure to all of the buildings on campus, and we increased the capacity for future build-out. Stagecraft is another 3,300 square foot building. Stagecraft used to be incorporated in the Theater 2 building and out in the yard, so they had no place really for their makeup and their costumes and all of that and woodworking, so this brought it all into one place. Visual Arts, 13,700 square foot building, opened in 2014. It was it sits on campus, and a lot of people don't realize it, but there's a walkway that they call the walk of the Art Walk, and it goes from the McCallum Theater, which is the performing arts, and it comes through the campus, and it ends at the art building, which is visual arts, if you will. And if you ever see that alignment, you can see that connection there. They never really got the art program going like it was anticipated to have art along the art walk, which you can actually make that connection, but maybe eventually one day it will be. Weight training rooms for the stadium were constructed, and when the new stadium is built, these buildings will be removed. So with all of that, except, not in counting the front entrance and other outdoor projects, we've added or renovated 458,732 square feet of space on the campus. So that's a lot, and I think the district should be proud that they've completed all of this. So then the Strategic Education Master Plan for 2010 to 2016 was created, and there were 6 goals, and this is kind of broken down a bit. So it was 1, to achieve student success, and that's always important on any campus, actually. Put learning first, encourage economic vitality through partnerships and collaborations. Plan student enrollment programs, services, and facilities to meet community needs. So again, it's not just about the student, it's also about the community and others that are involved in the district. Increase public and private funding for scholarships. And I know our company actually donates every year to a student scholarship here through the foundation as well. Improve learning outcomes and through college programs and processes, through services, through planning, action assessment and improvement. So these are some of the strategic education goals that the district had set for themselves. The Education Master Plan of 2017 to 2022, each extended site has a focus, and we can talk about that here. And one was the Mechathermal campus, again, that was focusing on agriculture and supporting sciences opportunities. Indio was providing programming focused on business development, public services, and education. Desert Hot Spring offered courses to support college readiness, degrees, and basis for liberal arts and transfer degrees. And then Palm Springs will provide programming in hospitality, culinary arts, film, media arts, healthcare and services, and sustainable technology. So at the time, that was included in the Education Master Plan. Measure CC, some of the language there talked about the election codes, pursuant to section 13247 of the election codes and various sections. So the board hereby directs the register of voters to use the following abbreviation of the bond proposition on the ballot. So this is some of the ballot language that was included in Measure CC when that was passed. And it was for the college to modernize, and you heard a lot of this earlier about what it was for, to modernize career training facilities, nursing, public safety, and other programs to help the college. It was a $577.8 million bond, and again, you heard earlier, no money for administrators and all money locally controlled. So, expansion, repairs, and modernizations. So the following projects are authorized to be financed at the district's new future existing campuses and college location. So again, there was, Desert Hot Springs, Mechathermal, Coachella, You can see the list of cities there. And then community-centered sites throughout the Coachella Valley consisted of the PACE program, which is over at the mall, the Roy Wilson Fire Training Technology Center, and libraries and high schools and churches, et cetera, throughout the valley. Some of the projects now that were completed, there was maybe one with Measure B and Measure CC money as well, but most of this is Measure CC, and one is the new athletic stadium and fields that's in design right now. It's going to replace the aging stadium that's there, and it's going to rejuvenate the whole athletic program out in the athletic quadrant of the campus. It's about a 20,000 square foot stadium. It has locker rooms and team rooms, weight training, support spaces, and fields. Then the Central Campus Central Campus Quad completed in 2021. It reimagined the fountain. It used to be stepped down into a hole, if you will. Now it's raised and you're able to sit next to it. I think it turned that courtyard into something that, it's a destination, especially at nighttime. I don't know if you've been there, but it really lights up, and it's, to me, it's really romantic, and it's really nice. It's a good, nice experience passing through there. The Hillman Building C again was completed in 2021. It's a 43,000 square foot project. It consisted of 3 floors. There's 2 floors above ground and 1 partial basement area. And the renovation of that building, I wish all of you could have been there before to see a before and after, but it is a stark improvement. The Indio campus expansion, again, we're looking at that completing in 24. It's a 67,000 square foot new building, 3 stories, as again, the cafe and the food services for students. Also, starting not too long after this would be a Indio Child Development Center. It's about a 17,000 square foot building that's just to the south of the existing Indio campus. And it has about $7,000 playing yard there in the center of it. There's toddler and preschool rooms with observation rooms as well. Then when completed was the Palm Springs demolition. It completed in 2020. And then last but not least, we have the science building renovation. Completion is estimated in fall of 2024. This is an existing building on campus, and again, we're going to take it back to its bones and rebuild it. And it's about 10,000 square feet, usable square feet, but it's a state-funded project as well. So the state's funding half of it, and the district's funding the other half. So we got state money on this. There are going to be new labs with the latest technology, and along with building support spaces. So I want to talk a little bit about Roadrunner Motors. Roadrunner Motors has taken an interesting path since it's originally envisioned. So the district took a look at a number of different facilities. They took a look at the Nissan dealership in Cathedral City. They looked at the Lexus dealership, and they were going to buy some existing structures to maybe house the diesel mechanic program, and then rather than buying a new building or building a new building, buying the site in a new building. So there were a number of other sites looked at, but the district finalized on the Margot Murphy site, the site at the end of the existing site that they're now. And it came with a lot of complications, obviously. And so some of the challenges like we have here is, so the campus administration was advised prior to the land purchase, the development of the site would increase the budget significantly. And that site slopes from the mountain to the street, it slopes. And, I've been in this business over 40 years, and I can almost look immediately and say, you're going to need retaining walls, you're going to need ramps, you're going to need all of these different things to make this work. In addition to that, the Lexus dealership had taken over part of the land on the west side of the property. They laid back to for drainage. They did that with the permission of the city, but we weren't involved in that. I think it was just before it was purchased and all. And there's other significant things. There's a large storm drain that comes through the back of the property. There's a Riverside County Flood Department, flood control dam there with an easement across the back of the property. It's just, so building on this site will cause us to build very expensive retaining walls. It's just a real challenge. There were other things. We wanted to come in off of Perez Road. The city wants us to put in just about $1 million to improve that area. They're talking about a street access or a street light down on 111 at Margaret Murphy Way. So there were a lot of things that popped up that we had no idea about in addition to the challenges on the site. But again, Dr. Garcia was not the first person informed about the challenges. Again, COD was informed, a couple of times at the March of 21 and June of 21 regarding the cost overruns for the project. There were requests to increase the square footage to accommodate the needs of the structural program because the original architect who programmed the building missed some things. Then when we got the new architect, we reprogrammed to the right fit. And even now, I think there's additional square footage being asked for this project. Again, the current site requires extensive grading, extensive retaining walls, massive storm drain system improvements. Again, Perez Road easement improvements, and the street light at 111 is just all adding cost to the project. Right now, the project budget would increase by nearly 70% at the current location, just due to complications with the site and other surrounding requirements by the city. Next steps and timelines. So additional sites are being reviewed now, including those in Cathedral City. And once that study's done, then I think the next steps will be to bring that to the board for selection, I believe. So the timeline here is 2019, the land purchase and design began. 2021, there was cost overruns were identified. So spring of 22, alternate locations are being explored, and that's what we just talked about. And then 22, board will review the 3 site recommendations and select a final location. This Palm Springs Development Project, so some of you may remember, it was out on North Indian. It was originally known as the West Valley Campus, Palm Springs. That was the name of the project. And you can see there, this was full build out on the campus on the plan you see here. And however, the first phase, it was phased, and the first phase of this was about 70,000 square feet. I'm sorry, 50,000 square feet. And that 50,000 square feet was this building right there, that building. And then we had some associated parking and other things with that. There were challenges with this site as well. We were spending almost $3 million mitigating sand. And I can only imagine trying to build something in this area where the wind was horrendous. If you go out there and look, all the trees are like this. Even the metal light poles at the softball fields are like this. It's constant wind. So trying to paint and construct on that would be a challenge. However, in 2010, the design commenced, and this was 2-3 presidencies ago. It was submitted to the Department of State Architect in 2012 and approved in 2013. And then this site was actually designed for traditional credit offerings. It wasn't a CTE type campus at that time. Then in 2013, we got a new administration, and the new administration decided to relocate the campus to an alternate site. And I'm not sure of all of the things that were considered and why we moved it and stopped it and all that stuff and how it ended up the new site. I have no idea, but this is what I believe happened was And I do know in 13 it was stopped and it was relocated. In 2015, the mall site was selected and master planning for a traditional campus commenced. The master plan for this campus was completed in 2016. So if you see that plan sitting next to this, that was a plan done, a master plan done for a campus. You see it's decentralized buildings. It has a convention center, a library that was supposed to be shared with the city of Palm Springs, and it had other buildings associated with that, film and media and stuff. But again, it was only 50,000 square feet, so it was only this piece right here, which was going to be constructed at that time, along with the associated parking and everything else with that. So this was the only thing that was going to be part of that project. But so in 2018, HPI Architects was hired to produce the programming documents, and they were working with a Terra Nova on the EIR for this project. And in 2020, the programming stopped when the district administration changed the planning assumptions from a traditional credit campus to a career technical education campus for selected instructional programs, and updated the name to the Palm Springs Development Project. So at that time, it was being called the Palm Springs Development Project. So on the next slide, you see here, this is this slide there. You see the campus as it was programmed, a master plan program. So to the you can see to the south here, this building was called the Accelerator. Number 4 here is the Accelerator. This was the culinary arts. This was a learning hotel. This was a convention center. This was the power plant CPU conditional. I'm sorry. It's the power plant to run the campus, and these were bungalows. As part of the learning experience of a hotel, and this was outdoor amphitheater, and along with an M&O yard there with associated parking and landscaping. So what took place there? It's about the initial budget was about $300 million, and then it went up to $345.5 million. In early 2020, through a design competition, WRNS architects were selected via, to be the architect of record for this campus. Prior to them being selected, there was a firm by the name of MRY and Pfeiffer and Associates who developed a site master plan for the campus, and that's what you see there. No, I'm sorry, that's not what you see. What you see there is WRNS, but there was a site master plan and a programming document put together by MRY and Pfeiffer and Associates. And then that information was given to WRNS to design from. And there was, like I said, there was a design competition. There were 4 firms. We narrowed it down to 2 firms, and then WRNS won the competition. And then early 2021, during the planning phase, additional funding requirements became apparent, which led to a phased approach for construction. So there's a number of different scenarios developed to try to meet the funding requirements, because if bond funds, you can't just, the decision wasn't to draw them all down at one time. I don't even know if it's possible, but to draw them down in increments. And there was, I believe there wasn't an opportunity to draw enough down to do this entire project at one time. So it was decided then to maybe do it in phases. And then there were other phases that are sequences that we have that maybe eliminated the hotel and the bungalows, and maybe eliminated the culinary and the convention center, and maybe take a culinary piece and put it into the accelerator. And that's kind of a design option number 6 that was presented. I shared with Dr. Garcia. And that's kind of where we're at now, looking at that. So you may hear, some people may say we were 70% done with schematic design. I'm saying we were 30% because everything kept changing. So that we didn't finalize on anything until everything stopped, and we were at 30% schematic design. So the accelerator piece is an interesting piece, obviously. It has all of the film and media and health and all those programs within that piece there. The only thing it didn't have was the culinary piece. But again, this scenario allowed the culinary piece to be brought into the accelerator. And, you know, I read the same article that Trustee Yount referenced about the accelerator and it being envisioned to incorporate technology into the facility so that it's flexible and able to meet the students' diverse learning needs. Well, that's true. We were going to coordinate with Scenic for a 100 megabyte line to come to feed the campus to enhance the learning opportunities. Okay, so Palm Springs Development Project, again, in 2013, we experienced the COVID-19 pandemic, which slowed everything down and compromised our progress on that tremendously. In addition to that, you know, increases material costs and labor costs, and the prices just started going up tremendously. By May of 21, numerous scenarios, like I said, were developed for consideration, each with options for cost savings analysis. Again, I shared some of those analysis with Dr. Garcia. And then fall of 21, the new college administration paused the project to review planning documents and collect and evaluate current data. The data of the 2016 master plan was for the second iteration site plan that envisioned a traditional credit campus. So that was a 2016 master plan. So the next steps for the Palm Springs Development Project is develop a total cost of ownership plan that wasn't done previously, including long-term operational costs, because, you know, I believe the current administration wants to take a holistic look at what it's really going to cost to not only build a structure for students, but to what is it going to cost to operate it as well. That's a total cost of ownership. And then contract for a feasibility study to validate, update, and expand the data from the 2016 master plan. So there's some stuff in there that I think is usable and applies, but then it's a different campus. So we do want to be able to update that plan to incorporate that CTE campus. And it's not a decentralized building, it's more centralized. And what does that mean and how do you approach it and all of those things. And then gather input from faculty, staff, and student advisory groups and others, you know, as needed to make sure that we're doing what's right for everyone concerned with this campus, not only the students, the faculty, the community, but everyone that has an interest in this campus. The next three slides, if you have a microscope, you can see it. The next three slides are the financial reports of Measure B and Measure CC. Money that has been spent from the beginning of 2007 and all the way up to 2022. And I can provide that in larger documents if the board would like to see that. But it shows you every penny that's been spent on every project since 2007. Okay, are there, last slide, it says questions. Are there any questions?
Trustee Stefan? Trustee Paris stepped out, so can you lead the question and answer session, please?
All righty. Wait 1 second here while I shrink this down a little bit. Okay. Thank you, Mac. Are there any questions from the board?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, Fred?
Mac, you covered an awful lot of territory. And of course, you can't cover everything, but you covered so much. So I'd like to clarify a couple of items on Cathedral City and a couple items on Palm Springs. First, on Cathedral City, we've all sat through several meetings about that property, and I wasn't sure that you made it clear that the Lexus work acquired, what Lexus did happened after we acquired the property, did it not?
It didn't happen after, it happened prior to.
It happened prior to our acquiring the property?
Correct.
Are you sure about that?
I'm not going to stake my life on it, but I know that I checked with the city of Cathedral City, their engineering department, because on the drawings of the Lexus dealership plans, it says on there that the area that they want to lay back their dirt on, that they'd have to check with the current owner of the project to get approval to do that prior to doing it. And the prior owner at that time, I believe, was a cannabis company, because they had also laid out plans to utilize that property, and then they didn't do it. But from what I was told by the city engineer, that they got approval from the previous owner, and that's why they did what they did.
But the work itself happened after we acquired it, didn't it not?
No, I wasn't there every day, so I'm not sure exactly when the work was done, but I believe it was done prior to us purchasing the property, but I don't know the date. I wasn't part of the buying process of that, so I can't speak factually about that, Fred.
Okay, well, let's just say then that needs to be investigated then, correct?
Yes, it can be. I mean,
Yeah,
we
when
can.
that happen?
I think it can be as easy as looking at the dates on the drawings and see when the work was done and when we purchased the property.
Okay. And it's also in my recollection that Moss did soil sample tests on that site, did they not?
Soil? No, we didn't.
You did not?
We didn't prior to buying the property, no.
Okay. There just seems to me to be, we need more information there, so.
Okay.
So my question's about Palm Springs, though. It seems that there's an important item that you didn't mention that need to be mentioned.
Okay.
Major significant factor in moving was the withdrawal of partners, specifically PG&E.
What, I'm sorry, what was it?
A major factor in moving property was the withdrawal of the partner, PG&E.
PG&E, you mean Edison?
Yeah, Edison.
Yeah. Well, if that was a factor, nobody told me that. Because Edison pulled out long before the plans were submitted to DSA. And I remember the guy came to the campus, gave the district a $75,000 check and said, listen, we're out. The infrastructure down the street is not in place for this, and we don't have any plans to put that infrastructure in.
Right, so.
But if that was the decision by the district to not do it because of those reasons, I was not aware of that.
Okay. So, but there was no infrastructure out there, was there?
Well, for Southern California Edison, that's what they said. They didn't have the infrastructure to tie a 10 megawatt system into. Now, is there sewer and water and electricity out there? Absolutely.
Okay. So, but there was, Edison was a factor in what happened out there, so we can't ignore that, no?
Okay. Again, I didn't know the district pulled out because of that.
Edison pulled out.
Or Edison, yeah.
Right. And I think it's also needs to be clearly said that There was community participation, city participation, and, in the decision to move to, the mall site. It was not there was a lot of participation in making that decision.
I can only imagine. Again, I wasn't part of that, so I had no idea.
Okay, yeah.
Future, not today, but in the future.
I think Aurora's correct. I don't think we've seen this one.
I don't think so either. Do you know when this drawing was completed or when this was completed?
Chairperson, can we?
It was created early last year in 21.
Chairperson, can we pause for a moment? There may have been a YouTube streaming issue, and I just want to confirm with IT that we're still up.
Yes, let's go ahead and take care of that.
Double check. Okay, we may have to repeat the last minute or so here.
And if the board would like, I can develop all of the iterations that we've gone through and present it to you so that you can see the different iterations that were explored to come up with the one you see today.
I wouldn't mind seeing that. What I'm saying is that, that would actually be helpful, Mac,
Okay.
because what I'm saying is that I have never seen this map before.
Okay.
I have not seen this bungalows. I remember the discussion of a hotel, but it was more in line of a boutique hotel.
I agree.
And honestly, a convention center, I don't remember hearing anything about that either. So I was not made aware that this was part of the plans.
Thank you, Aurora. I totally agree with you. That's not what I remember that was presented to us the last time.
Yeah, if trustees didn't receive the information or can't remember whether we did or not, then that's clearly an issue. Moving forward, as we've gotten different iterations of what this campus will look like, it's kind of hard to move forward when none of us are on the same page of what it will look like. Question for me, Mac, do you know how it is that we got from the first iteration to this iteration now with the learning hotel? Would you be able to provide some context as to how that happened? Or
So on the slide, the first iteration was the one on North Indian. The second iteration was this campus prior to it being a CTE campus. I don't know how we went from the North Indian campus to this campus. As Trustee Yan said, there must have been some discussions taking place. I wasn't part of any of that. Next thing I knew, we were at this site and we were trying to purchase the mall and all of that. But the first iteration was done, again, the team thought it was going to be a traditional style campus. And then it was shared with us that it wasn't going to be, it was going to be a CTE campus. So then it changed. And then, we went through the process that I explained earlier, design company, we sent out an RFQ, RFP, selected, firms to then shortlisted those firms. So those firms, the shortlisted firms, then we're going to, go through a design competition to select the final firm. And once the final firm was selected, we've gone through a number of iterations. They were, how do you like this? How do you like that? They went through a number of different schemes, and the scheme that you see here was the last one that was worked on. Now, I'm not saying that was the last one approved. It was the last one worked on. And again, like I said, I think we're at 30% schematic design, so that wasn't ready to present to the board at all. I didn't know that you guys had never seen this, or so.
Well, with regard to the Cathedral City site, we were informed of the issues with regard to that. And so we kind of looked at reviewed some potential other places. And since that time, when I was board chair, we met with, Dr. Garcia and I met with Cathedral City officials who developed some alternatives, sites for us to take a look at. So that is something that we are considering, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So let me just, the process that we've been using here at the district is once we complete schematic design, then it's typically shown to the board in a board meeting, right?
It should be.
Yeah, so we weren't through schematic design yet. We weren't through, like I said, we're about 30%. So maybe this was coming, I have no idea. I don't know that, if you don't see anything until it's done, I'm not sure what the process there is, but I know that what we typically do is we'll bring it to the board once we've taken it to cabinet. They looked at it, they've kind of said, okay, we're ready to move forward, and then it comes to the board. But again, that being 30% complete with schematics, it wasn't ready to be brought.
Any other questions from the board?
I'm curious. Obviously, we already have established that we have never seen this rendering. What was the proposed use of the bungalows? I'm just curious. What were those?
Of the bungalows?
Yes.
The discussion we had was for people who wanted privacy. We were trying to, and I guess there are other hotels that have bungalows, and they wanted them to be able to get that experience as well. And I think the privacy thing also, remember the pandemic came on, and so they were trying to do, maybe just go right to your room and you don't have to go to a front desk, your phone or something. You've already paid, and so, with your phone, you open your door and you go in and you stay in the bungalow. So we were responding to a number of outside pressures like that as well, so.
Well, I have, anybody else on the board have any more questions? I have a couple of questions, and I'll hold off until Vice President Baker comes back to ask one, because he might have a better timeline. But I did want to ask, you mentioned that on 2 separate occasions, the district was informed that the site that was selected for Roadrunner Motors would be unfeasible to build on. On each occasion, who did you inform, and what was the response?
Originally, there was a site visit by the past president and past vice president. We were on the site, walking around, and my comment was, the site's going to be very complicated, very costly to prepare to have the building, build a building there. And in subsequent meetings, I had also mentioned that, and I think VP Ramont was a part of those meetings, right? Yeah, where I said it's going to cost a few $1 million to prepare the site. So those were the 2 times. There again, VP Baker asked me to put together an assessment, an executive summary for that project, which I did, and I'm not sure where it went. I shared it with Dr. Garcia shortly after she came to the campus.
Okay, thank you. And if I could, Vice President Baker, can I ask you to come up here, please? I just wanted to ask you just one question. If you can provide some clarification as to that rendering that we just saw about the Palm Springs campus, how it is that came about, and how it is that we got there, I guess.
Okay, which one? Can you show that rendering again? Can you post it? Oh, thank you.
Show the pumps. Yeah.
So are you talking about, can you please clarify?
Yeah, so how is it that we got to this rendering? Do you know what the purpose of, I guess, all the different additions that we were gonna make to the site, how it is that those came about?
Yeah, those are already in place. So you have to remember that I was with the college for a period of time, and then I went away. I was a consultant just for a specific project. So that was already in play when I came back. So I don't know how that originally came into place, but we did talk about that, and I just assumed it was part of the original discussion.
Okay. And was this rendering presented to you when you were our interim?
Did I see it? Yes, I did see that.
Okay. Okay.
We never saw it. The board never saw it. At least that's what I'm getting from Trustee Knott, Stefan, myself. We never saw it. I had no idea.
Trustee Wilson, can you please turn your microphone on?
I had no idea that there were going to be bungalows. I had no knowledge of that. Otherwise, I would have fought it. So I've never seen this before. And I think the other trustees are agreeing.
I don't think this was ever presented to the board.
I'm sorry, Bonnie?
I'm sorry, I just don't think this rendition was ever presented to the board. We never really had any kind of update rendition presented to us publicly on the Palm Springs. I was wondering when we might get one, in fact, but we didn't have a formal one presented.
So again, our direction is, once we complete schematic design, when we complete schematic design is typically when it's brought to the board as a presentation. The design professional comes and then we talk about it at that point. So the programming element piece of that is shared with the board, shared with the cabinet prior to it. And I don't think that comes to the board, the programming piece of it. Once the cabinet approves the programming document, then we're approved to proceed into schematic design. And once the schematic design is complete and approved by cabinet, then it is brought to the board. That's been the standard process.
Is that correct, Jeff? You were the interim, is that correct?
Well, yeah, but most of this programming was going on years, for years. So, there were meetings that were going on, and so I'm not sure what that looks about. I'm not sure. Is there confusion? I apologize if I'm creating confusion for you. But what is that? What does that? I'm not sure. That sounds like, are you misunderstanding, or am I let me say, I'm not being clearly. So how can I help you understand? How can I do a better job?
He was just trying to bring up a point here, and it just seems to me that you, serving as interim, had knowledge of what was going on during this past year or so before Dr. Garcia came on board.
I was aware of those.
I'm just trying to get some clarification here as to were you aware of these bungalows, et cetera, that were, because we as the board were not privy to that information.
And I was not aware of that. I just, when I came on board, there's so much had already been planned, and so I stepped in to be involved with that, and we wanted to make sure, our focus was wanting to make sure that all of the partners that we originally had in play were still in play.
Didn't you say, though, that you had seen this rendering, or did
I did say I saw the photo, yes.
Okay, so now I'm confused. I'm hearing you say two things, but is it me you're saying?
I say in the planning.
You're saying you saw it, and then you're saying, well, I wasn't aware.
No, what I said was I wasn't necessarily involved in the regional planning, but I did see it in that role.
But it was never brought before the board.
I don't believe so. That picture.
So almost similar to like the memo that is now public, right? Where there was the information that was given that there were issues with the Cathedral City project that was also never presented.
No, that was in June. We talked about that.
No, I first was made aware of that by Dr. Garcia.
We talked about that, and there was a closed session where there was discussion of projects, and that there was a discussion about a cost factor related to a site that was potentially very concerning.
I'm just wondering if maybe that was before you came on board, or no?
No.
Yeah.
I know, I remember Dr. Garcia.
I'm thinking I do remember.
I have the June notes. I have all the June notes.
So I understand, that a lot of the questions from the community are, in regards to input, and I don't disagree with them. So I did hear Trustee John and you, Matt, confirm that when there was a relocation and the mall was selected, obviously there was input. But was there ever any input into this design? It seems like this is kind of like a surprise. So did the community ever have any input on this design here, on this final design? Was this ever presented in a public meeting? Was the bond committee aware? Was there,
Yeah.
comment period? Was there community input? I'm just asking a question.
Yeah.
I know that there was, when we were trying to think about relocating to the mall area, that there was a lot of input because we were looking at possibly building a hotel learning center for the students. And we went out, I know that the college went out. We didn't as trustees, but the college did go out and meet with the different businesses in the area. And it was critical that they got buy-in from the hotels and the restaurants and in the area. And I know that they were doing a lot of polling and things like that with them and surveys and talking to them. There was a lot of that going on.
Yes.
Did have input and buy-in into the projects.
But to this specific design, like this proposal here, was the community aware of this?
No, I
design
don't, I don't think they were aware of it. We weren't aware of it. It was never presented at a board meeting. This was something that would be management and wouldn't be presented to us until it was almost finalized, and then we would have input.
I have masters. I do want to appreciate you, Maka. You did a really great job with this presentation, very thorough. And I appreciate, your honesty and your willingness to answer our questions. Appreciate that.
And thank you, Mac, for the presentation. I just want to end with the comment for food for thought, and it's more so directed towards staff. I understand that the Mecca campus are modulars, and it looks like a more permanent fixture, but they are indeed portables. The lack of sewer and water infrastructure have made it extremely difficult to expand there, and I understand that, which is why we are putting more resources in the city of Coachella, where we do have that infrastructure. And in Mecca, we have a septic tank, but it is my understanding that Coachella Valley Water District and the County of Riverside receive state funding to build out the water and sewer infrastructure. And I would like us to reach out to those agencies and ask where we can be helpful. My constituents in Mecca and Thermal pay taxes too. Maybe not as much as they don't have as much money, but they do contribute. If you ask any single one of them if they want a permanent campus, every single one will say yes. They don't want a Taj Mahal. All they want is a permanent campus as well. And they deserve one, and rightfully so. It was promised to them as well. I think these are things that we need to think about as trustees, as we have a fiduciary responsibility to the entire district. Thank you, Mac. Appreciate your responses, Jeff. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Mac.
Chairman, just to piggyback off of your comments, now that we have been given so much information, and it's very, very good for me. As a trustee, I see that campuses, the bond was passed throughout the Coachella Valley. So, I know that we have the issue with Mecca, right, that we're all aware of, their own portable septic tank. And then we also have the campus in Desert Hot Springs that could definitely use some TLC. So, I appreciate the board in, their efforts and consensus that we do need to take a look, of course, using the proper measurement tools and everything that's going to be put in place moving forward, what our current campuses look like and what are the possibilities there using all the data that we now have. So just, want to take a minute to just, for me, I think that, our commitment should be to the Coachella Valley in general and not specifically any areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. At this point, I would like to invite Dr. Marta Garcia, Superintendent President, to present on her strategic goal settings.
Thank you. Can we please upload the presentation? And I'd like to preface it. I have a couple slides, so I'll be brief, but it's important as we sit here and we'll continue to reflect on today's information. It's evident that it's complicated. It's evident that to move forward, there's obviously additional evaluation of data that's necessary that is correlated to planning. So I want to bring it all together to correlate it ultimately to planning. Obviously, our mission, our commitment to serve the entire Coachella Valley, And it starts with the kickoff for a strategic master plan, which is what I will explain now. But I also want to remind you that everything we do also is correlated to ensuring that we meet our accreditation standards, especially as we're preparing to submit an institutional self-evaluation report that is due December 2023. So next slide. This slide showcases the current strategic master plan goals. And obviously, I'm not going to go through them. Jessica highlighted them earlier. They're there for your information. And you have received all presentations that were presented this morning and afternoon by email, trustees. So you have all presentations. Next slide. So what does our process look like? We're kicking off a very, very important process for the development of the strategic master plan. What I would like for the board to do is to email me 5 to 7 priorities that will inform the development of the 2022-2027 strategic master plan goals. Remember, this is thinking at a district level, high level, and you have the sample of the previous strategic master plan goals. I will email you this request, and I would like a response by January 31st. And the reason why is that we need to start this planning process with the campus immediately. As stated earlier, the strategic master planning process includes extensive data collection, internal and external. It includes the input from campus stakeholders, community, and the evaluation of the previous goals. You may determine that these goals continue to be a priority for you, and that is totally fine. You're not expected to change those priorities if they continue to be the same, but it also provides you an opportunity to think about where we're heading for the next 5 years. Remember, this is one of the blueprints that we'll have for the next 5 years. We will request input in both English and Spanish, and everyone that is interested in participating in this process will have an opportunity. The final strategic master plan will return to the board as an action item during fall 2022. Subsequently, then we'll start the process for the development of the educational master plan, which will also be an additional blueprint for the following 5 years. So at the end of the day, everything has to be correlated to training, and obviously it's important that we remain committed to ensure that we are evaluating data so that the decisions that we are making are driven by data and by ensuring that we place our students first and obviously continue to serve the community as best as possible. So I thank you all. I thank everyone that has remained with us throughout the day, and grateful to everyone that presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. And it looks like, trustees, we have our marching orders. Try to get those to Dr. Garcia as soon as possible. Are there any questions from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none. Moving on to item number 18, discussion, 18.01, trustees attending city council meetings. As a reminder, action cannot be taken on discussion items. This discussion is simply to allow each trustee to share their thoughts and potentially bring this item back at a later date as an action item. Each member will have the opportunity to share their thoughts. As a trustee who is introducing this item, I will speak first. Yeah, I wanted to bring this idea forward and kind of get all your opinions on it in a commitment to transparency and accessibility. I wanted to ask my colleagues how they feel about attending at least one meeting a month, whether it be a regular city council meeting or a community council meeting, and give updates about the college and what is going on that month. I think it may be helpful for the college to be abreast of what's going on in each individual district as well. Maybe there's opportunities for collaboration or partnerships. And this is just really about wanting to ensure that we're visible in the community in ways that we really never have been before. I'll open it up to discussion. This is just an idea. We don't have to take any action on it today, but wanted to kind of put this on your radar to see how it is that we feel. Maybe we can improve some relationships out in our community this way.
I would support that idea, Mr. President, definitely. I know my trustee area kind of overlaps in Indio, especially, right, with another trustee, but I'd be willing to either we both go or, or we can alternate, whatever works better. But I think that's a really good idea.
Yeah, go ahead, Trustee Wilson.
So I guess I'm not, the framework of how this would be done, would this be, I'm trying to think, so would this be like during the public comment period? I don't think that the city councils would want to, they have enough business to take care of. So I would imagine it would be like a 3-minute public comment to provide a brief update on what's happening. Is that correct? Is that
Sure.
what
So
you're-
the details I think would be for us to look into as we have a discussion, but I think either during public comment or even getting on their actual agenda, coordinating with Dr. Garcia and their city manager and maybe actually providing a presentation and it's actually on their minutes. That way we're able to target their viewers as well.
Mhm. Thank you.
Trustee Perez?
Yes, go ahead, Trustee Stefan.
3 of us actually serve Indio because the campus is actually in your district. That's out there. And so there would be 3 of us in that area. And then there are several other areas that also each of us could service as well. It's a great idea, but we need to always remember that we speak as one voice from the board, and so that we give clear, concise messages. I know that when I first joined the board, they used to give us talking points. And the spokesperson has always been the chair of the board, but it's nice to share that out a little bit. But also we do need to make sure the message is clear, concise, and the same throughout the whole valley. So.
Correct, Trustee Stefan. We would be representing the entire board and institution. We would not be there as in our individual capacities as a politician, if you will. We'd be there as a role as trustees.
Yeah, but we have to make sure that we're saying the same thing, that we have talking points to talk to or a presentation to present.
Correct. Yeah, that's the idea, to ask our staff, I'm sure they need another responsibility, but ask our staff to see if they can provide talking points for us to give out to the community. Any other thoughts, questions, comments? Okay, hearing and seeing none, I think that'll do it for today. We may bring this up at a later date for us to take action on. At the moment, this is just information and for discussion. Moving on to item number 20.01, future agenda items. Student Trustee Olson, do you have any future agenda items?
I do not at this time.
Okay, Trustee Wilson?
Would like to see continued construction updates, like, not certainly as complex and detailed as we did today, but just continued periodic updates on where we are with our different projects, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Definitely. Trustee Gonzalez?
I agree. I have found the last couple of meetings extremely beneficial. The presentations have been great. I would love to see that continue. I'm okay with taking a day off in order to be able to dedicate it to my role here. So I think we're in a good place, and I want to see us continue with all the information that we've been presenting.
Definitely, and I do want to remind the board that in our resolution, we made a motion to ask our staff to give us regular updates on what's going on under construction projects. Trustee Yacht?
I was going to do this 2 months ago and forgot, so I'll do it today. but leave it up to your discretion. We do get written reports from the Bond Oversight Committee. I'm just wondering at some point if it would be advantageous to invite a representative from the group to make a in-person presentation, but I'll leave that to your discretion.
Sure. Yeah, I think that might be helpful. Trustee Stefan?
I was gonna say the same thing as Trustee Yant. So, yeah, I'd like to, we get those Bond Oversight Committee reports that show what's going on, but it would be nice to have those entered in because that would show transparency. I don't know if they go out to the general public, but it would be nice if we did have a brief report or somebody to summarize it for us at the meeting so that it would be completely transparent to the communities.
Mr. Chair, I just want to remind the board that there is a trustee representative that's assigned to attend those bond meetings. And so hopefully we would somehow be receiving updates from time to time from that trustee. For this year, it's me. So you will be getting updates from me on those meetings.
Perfect. And thank you, Trustee Wilson. We appreciate that.